Welcome to Real World Paris. Oh, that's a nice feedback. Well, this is our fifth Real World event. I wanted to thank everybody for being here, and I just want to kick things off with some tech presentations that will take place in just a second. Before we get to that, I want to thank all the people that made this possible, our co-hosts, Eclipse and Samsung Next, our sponsors and media partners. And we just thought of kicking off the event, getting right to the meat of things, and we'll get started with some tech presentations, like I just said. First off, we're going to have Jamie from ETHStorage talking about their Web3 access protocol. After that, we'll have IoTex and then Eclipse. More details in just a second, but for now, I just want to welcome Jamie on stage. Welcome. This is yours.
Yeah. Thank you for introducing. So hi, I'm Jamie from EthStorage, and so it's a great pleasure to be here introducing Web3 Access Protocol. So I will briefly introduce our team. So our team received 2 grants from the Ethereum Foundation. So one on data availability sampling research, and one on EthStorage that I'm going to also introduce in this talk later. So our founder, Chizo, he's an active blockchain developer and also an Ethereum ecosystem contributor. And he authored or co-authored several EIPs there. And he also worked as a software engineer at Facebook and Google before. And also all other our team members are very experienced in this field. So what is Web3 Access Protocol? So it's HTTP-like URL, but instead of locating centralized data hosted by server, it's locating decentralized data hosted by smart contract. It is also defined as ERC 4804, which was also developed by EthStorage team, and it was just finalized this year in February. So why do we need Web3 Access Protocol? So the original motivation was that more and more NFTs are coming fully on-chain. To name a few, like cyber brokers, moonbirds, nouns, and art blocks, and more NFTs are coming fully on-chain because they can play more when they go on fully on-chain, and also the owners of NFT, they not only owns token URL with token ID, but they can actually own the data on NFT, like pictures or music, whatever the NFT contains. So cyber brokers, they spend $2 million to move their data fully on chain, but they actually use third party, like IPFS, to render the image for preview. And the reason is simple, because there was no other way to render the object directly. So our purpose is through Web3 Access Protocol, we try to allow users to render the objects directly. And how do we use Web3 Access Protocol then? So this inherits most of the features of HTTP. But instead of having authority, it actually has a decentralized authority, which is a contract by address or name. And there's a way to call the contract and a format to return the data. So any type of files can use Web3 URL, like JavaScript, JSON file, like any native web address. Those things can all benefit from Web3 Access Protocol. And one good example is our website, web3url.io, and it's already hosted using Web3 Access Protocol. And it's running on top of Ethereum. And there are 3 ways to access EVM with Web3 Access Protocol, and one is gateway. So the current gateway is w3eth.io. And like if you see the example links, you add that Web3 URL link as the subdomain to gateway. And the second way of access is Chrome extension. So if you see the link there, that's a GitHub link that you will see all the steps like how to install and how to use. And so after you install the extension, as you see the video right there, so if you type the keyword Web3 in URL bar, the Web3 URL prefix will just appear, and just like HTTP, you can type the rest. And the extension will interpret all the Web3 URLs in its own service worker and send requests to Ethereum. So it's more decentralized way, like fully decentralized way. And third one is native browser. So the current native browser is actually developed by one of our community members, but we need more native browser support, like from Chrome or Firefox or Opera. So we need more support to enable use. And for gateway, now we support like many blockchains like Polygon, Avalanche, BNB, like Arbitrum, Optimism, and we are adding more blockchains on the list continuously. So there can be lots of applications. So one good example is on-chain NFT, like cyber brokers. So you upload all the data on-chain and compose them using smart contract. And using Web3 URL, you deploy a contract to render all the images and register that cyber broker meta.eth and points to the render contract we deployed. So we have tried some experiments, like one is Vitalik's blog. So Vitalik's blog on Ethereum, it contains about like 40 megabytes content, and we uploaded like the whole contents to Arbitrum Nova, and it costs like 0.13 Ethereum. And with Web3 URL, now the blog content on decentralized network can now be rendered without third-party trust. And we are also trying like all other experiments like Stanford blockchain review and other contents. We are uploading those contents using Web3 URL as well. And that Vitalik's blog thing got a lot of feedback and comments through the community, so you can join and discuss. And like we are actually building all this together with our community. And there are more applications, and one other example is a dynamic website with multi-user interactions. So it can be like decentralized version of Blogger, Dropbox, email, GitHub, even Craigslist. So anything running on Web 2 can now benefit from Web3 Access Protocol. And these are all already live on our testnet, so you can check out our website to see more details. And it's good that like we can now do a lot of things with Web3 Access Protocol that we couldn't do before, right? But there are still limitations. So storage cost on Ethereum is super expensive. Like I said, cyber brokers spend $2 million to just move all the data fully on chain. And using Arbitrum Nova with the AC, that might lower cost a little bit like we did with Vitalik's blog. But we still need better on-chain storage solutions. So that's why we brought up ETHStorage. So ETHStorage is a native storage layer that's designed for Ethereum. Major goal is reuse Ethereum security properties and extend Ethereum storage capabilities. So key idea is to build storage-specific rollup versus EVM-specific rollup. So the purpose is reduce Ethereum cost by like 1,000 times lower, and also scale storage capacity to petabyte level, while we reuse Ethereum mainnet security and also pay Ethereum for a storage fee. And what's more, it's permissionless, so any node with a minimum storage capacity, which is 4 terabyte, can join the network. So you might ask, what's the difference between ETHStorage and other event-specific rollups? So the biggest difference is incentives. So storage providers, they get incentives and they get the motivation to store data. And skipping all this, like 6 first rows, and the last one, actually storage proof that we built that enable users to verify on layer 1 network that there's a large number of replicas, about like 100, that store corresponding data of L1 to Ethereum layer 2 network. And another frequently asked question is the difference between ETHStorage and other decentralized storage solutions. So there are 2 major differences. One is that the ETHStorage is designed for hot dynamic data, while Filecoin or RWave, they are all like cold storage designed for static data. And also, ETHStorage is highly incorporated into ETHStorage, Ethereum. So any like Ethereum tools like MetaMask, Waffle, Solidity, those can operate ETHStorage data pretty well. And there could be a lot of applications, but to name a few examples, like it can be used as a long-term decentralized storage solution for other rollups, or can be used for dynamic websites, and for example, can build decentralized social network with it, or can be native storage for NFTs. So to enable this, like lots of technology innovations are needed. So first, we need to solve decentralized data upload problem with Ethereum's data availability and then sharding, or EIP 4844. And that's the part that we received the grant from Ethereum Foundation to boost the research and development. And once it's on chain, we need to make sure the data is persistent with required redundancy so that we know that data is secure on network. And that's exactly what EthStorage is doing. And with Web3 access protocol, we are making all the whole layers to be decentralized. And with all these features, now we can build a better future Web3 environment. And it's like our roadmap. So we are actively working with Ethereum developers on EIP 4844 DevNet. And we've launched libraries to support new codes enabling EIP 4844. And also we are building Snark prover and also a verification contract. So once EIP 4844 is ready, the testnet is ready, and we can then deploy all the system on Ethereum network. So thank you for your attention. So here you can see our website for Web3 access protocol and ETHStorage. And you can also contact me for any further questions. So there's my email. And please follow our Twitter and also join our Discord. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you so much. And also, let's not forget that it's an in real life event. So if you guys want to talk to Jamie afterwards, just feel free to find her and ask her more questions. Next up, we have Simone Romano, our head of DevRel at IoTeX, talking about our infrastructure, WebStream, and how it relates to DePIN. Simone, welcome on stage. But before we do that, we have a little surprise. We're going to move this table. And no worries, the table will be back at some point if you were attached. All right, Simone, all yours.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Hello, everybody. How are you? Good? Good? Great. Thank you for coming. So I'm Simone from the IoTeX Developer Relations team. And today I want to talk a little bit about DePIN, what it is, and about this truly amazing decentralized protocol we have been working on during the past year. That's called WebStream. And WebStream is set to revolutionize the next machine economy. And it's kind of a space where physical world utility, machines, and token economies converge to bridge the gap between Web3 and the real world economies. So let's start with exploring a little bit the DePIN landscape and its significance, right? So in this space, there are already many projects deployed, and all of them involve some token economy on a blockchain that serves as incentives for people in the real world to deploy some sort of decentralized infrastructure that can be a decentralized network of sensors or a decentralized network of energy storage batteries, right? Or even connectivity access points components. And so with these incentives, while this decentralized infrastructure grows in the real world, it also attracts more interested entities, for example, developers or product builders, and of course, end users that want to leverage this infrastructure. And with fees that come from end users using this infrastructure, suppliers are incentivized to maintain the machines that make up this infrastructure. And so with the increasing demand for the use of the service of this infrastructure, also the token price appreciates. And this increases, in turn, the incentive for more people to join the network and deploy more hardware, and so grow the utility and basically setting the flywheel of DePIN, of this DePIN project in motion, right? So in this slide, it's a very simple slide, just giving an idea of how important it is to bridge Web3 with real world, right? The real world economy market size is huge compared to what Web3 and DeFi and cryptocurrency is today. So if we can bridge the Web3 with real world, with the physical world, this can bring Web3 market size to new heights, right? So in this slide, we collected some popular existing DePIN projects, right? On the left side, you can maybe it's a little bit too small, but you can see more familiar type of projects that involve a decentralized network of digital services. For example, a decentralized network of computing power, or a decentralized network of file storage, or network services. And the more you go to the right side, you see more interesting and innovative projects that involve hardware. For example, decentralized network of connectivity components, or Wi-Fi routers, or even decentralized GPS services, so location services, or other types of sensors networks, right? And these projects hold an immense potential for Web3. And apart from those ones that are pretty familiar maybe to you, there are many other projects that are in the development and that are going to be deployed during this year and the next years. Maybe you don't even ever heard about these ones that are building, but that's why we believe that the DePIN space is going to drive the next wave of Web3. So let's take a look at how these DePIN projects are actually built, right? As I said, usually you have these machines or sensors or devices deployed in the real world that collect and send data. And then you have some DApp driving some token economy on a blockchain. And then usually there is a centralized server which acts as a computational oracle that collects the data and generates some proving some whatever the application is supposed to prove to the DApp that will then maybe send some rewards to the owners of the devices, of the network. So if you are familiar with Web3, you are most probably also familiar with the limitations of such centralized architectures, right? There is no trust, they're not decentralized, no transparency, right? In this case, definitely you can't tell that code is low. Anybody, either a hacker can mess up with the code, or even the company behind it could just tune, right, the parameters or the code, for example, to get increased rewards for themselves, right, or anybody else. And of course, these architectures are built for the specific purpose of the project. That means that other smart contracts or other dApps cannot leverage these proofs, right, of real-world activity, as well as other device manufacturers cannot easily connect their devices to this infrastructure, which means very poor, if not any, composability. And of course, letting alone privacy concerns, so centralized infrastructures. So what if there was a solution that existed that was decentralized and also developer-friendly, trustworthy, composable, and even preserving the data ownership of the users that use the infrastructure? So this is basically the story behind the creation of WebStream we have been working on. And WebStream is an off-chain layer 2 computational infrastructure that converts real-world data into verifiable proofs that can be ingested by smart contracts to trigger any trusted logic on a blockchain. And WebStream abstracts away, it's not only decentralized, but it also abstracts away all the complexity of an architecture that drives a DePIN project. It allows developers to focus only on their devices and on their IoT logic. They just deploy the logic to the network, and they just manage their token economy. And this takes down the go-to-market time down to from maybe even years to maybe months or weeks, right? So this doesn't end here. WebStream is not only compatible with the ETHStorage blockchain, but WebStream can send these proofs to multiple blockchains. And it's going to bring DePIN to popular blockchains like Ethereum and other EVM and even non-EVM networks, right? So the DevNet of WebStream has been released on June the 6th. So I actually invite anybody here in the audience, if you are a developer, a builder, to check out the devnet.webstream.com website. And that's where you will also realize that we have not only released the protocol, we've also released a user-friendly UI called WebStream Studio, which makes it extremely easy to deploy, build, and test your IoT logic, yes, and deploy it to the WebStream network. And this tool is also extremely useful for node operators in the WebStream network that want to join different networks and run the logic of different projects and manage all of them from a user-friendly UI. So what's actually the main essential requirement when you build a DePIN project, right? Probably the second day you release it. You have a system that's collecting data from devices, and it's processing this data, and it's providing some utility. So, of course, the most essential tool that you need is data analytics, right? And so WebStream, I'm excited actually to announce that is now shipping a new feature called Trusted Metrics, which is an API where every DePIN project that deploys on the WebStream network is basically generating data, right? And WebStream is collecting the volume of this IoT data, the number of devices that are interacting with the project, and making this information available in a public API. And this is extremely useful to basically, without doing anything, getting these analytics available both in public charting applications, like, for example, DePIN DD is an example, but also for the project to quickly build a dashboard for their application. And also, it's not only about like device metrics, but DePIN projects can directly from their own logic create new metrics, custom metrics for their own data, and publish these metrics to this public API for themselves to easily build their custom dashboards. So, of course, we are not alone, as you can guess from this event. We are working with many partners that are pioneers of the DePIN space. Some of them are maybe small, some others are big ones. All of them are building in many, many different verticals, and this is very exciting and inspiring. So, yeah, that's basically what I wanted to share with you today, and I hope you enjoy the event, stay with us, and yeah, I'm leaving you with a short 2 minutes video, so stay here, and thank you. And we have no audio. Can we have the audio? Okay, and I guess we are skipping the video.
Oltre agli slides loro devono fare anche sharing screen. Claire is downstairs. Like how on stage? Like how can I power on stage? I'm running a demo of a laptop. Okay. Let me get Claire. Okay. Okay. Dobbiamo prendere Claire. Sì, la prendi Claire qua sotto? Do you think we should cut this or let it go since it has subtitles? Yeah. Okay, it's done now, so. All right, well, thanks for watching that. There was a little bit of issue with the audio, if you hadn't noticed. But hopefully the subtitles were clear and hopefully you found Simone's presentation clear. In the meantime, for those of you that are here at the event, if you would like to, for example, see WebStream in action or see other interesting projects that are here with us today that have some demos for you in the other room, feel free to go there at any time. They'll be starting in a few moments and some of them are already going live right now. Besides that, we have another project that is going to talk about some interesting new launches that they're doing. It's Eclipse. We're going to have them on stage in just a second. We're going to solve just a couple of quick last-minute live issues, and then we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, we're back. It seems like we might almost be ready to go, and we're going to have Grant up on stage talking about Eclipse and talking about some of their latest releases. So Grant, whenever you're ready, just feel free to come up, and then we'll get rolling. Awesome. Thank you. No worries.
Thank you guys for being so flexible. I really appreciate it. Hey everyone, how's it going? This is great to be here. I'm on 0 hours of sleep and I just landed, so we're gonna have fun with this one. I'm Grant. I'm Eclipse's head of ecosystem, and today we're going to talk about what Eclipse does and how you can very easily deploy your own highly customized modular rollup in a few clicks with Eclipse's rollup framework. So yeah, we're going to start with learning what is Eclipse for those of you who don't know, and then we're just going to dig into like actually deploying a rollup. So Eclipse, what is it? Well, Eclipse is a framework for deploying rollups. These rollups are all independent chains that all exist on top of a semi-shared or shared layer 2 that aggregates transactions as they come down from all of these various layer 3s. Each one of these chains has incredibly high dedicated throughput. Right now we're seeing like many of our like current testnet chains are getting like 2K dedicated, and we when it's fully realized will be upper bounds of like 10 to 100. These rollups can be deployed in fully parallelized solutions in ways, and we can do any kind of customization really. So that can be like custom precompiles, various DA layers, execution environments, really whatever you want. Like it can be all kinds of like MEV craziness, anything. And they're very, very, very simple to deploy. And we're actually going to give you all a sneak peek today of our web interface that we're launching in the coming months that will allow anyone to just like very easily log on and with a few clicks deploy their own rollup. So Eclipse as a whole is a project that's designed to scale out businesses and applications that can really benefit from having their own dedicated chain. We're very aligned with like the modular narrative in terms of how there's become a slight deviation from monolithic culture. And with this, we found that it becomes very easy and just from like a pure business logic perspective to be able to have your own rollup. It enables like a lot of new opportunities and potentials for like customers that would be positioning or pivoting from like a traditional Web 2 business into Web 3, which is what a lot of DePIN projects tend to be doing. So we have a huge focus on DePIN. Some of our partners are Wind, React, Wave Network, and we have a few more, like Plural Energy is building on us. And those are all coming in, the coming months as we like inch closer to mainnet. So yeah, customization is really cool, and there is lorem ipsum in here, and that's kind of funny actually. That's still there. But yeah, when you're thinking about like customizing your chain, like you don't necessarily have to play by the rules of like what a traditional monolithic layer 1 would want. Like when you're getting into having to deal with like massive like bureaucratic situations in which like maybe you want to push like an EIP or something, and you want to launch like a really cool vaulting token for your protocol, and you want to get that approved and like brought in by Ethereum, which I believe like EIP 4444. It's the one that I think Alchemix and Faye were working on. Really cool vaulting token protocol, but really hard to get everything approved and launched and actually like taken into Ethereum. So with a custom chain, you can do anything you want in your own way, and it can be permissioned, it can be permissionless. You can have a centralized DA, decentralized DA. We can use like Eigenlayer, Celestia, whatever. And there's just like all kinds of other like opportunities here. Like you can have like actual like on-chain enforceable royalties through the mempool. So you can have your whole mempool like permission to actually like accept very specific interactions from like a dedicated group of users. I am going to spin up a rollup because it takes like 30 seconds, and that's what I came here to do. So I'm going to walk over this way. I'll stand.
Test, test.
Sweet. All right, so what you're seeing here is, don't look at me, look at the screens. Please don't look at me. What you're seeing here is our soon-to-launch Rollup deployer. So you'll be able to come in, connect your wallet, and then we can just walk through this process. So we'll start things off. Let's see. So right off the bat, we're presented with a few options. Like, for example, like, what are we going to name this chain? So let's just call it Grant Chain. And then we'll choose our DA layer, or excuse me, our virtual machine. We'll go with EVM. Right now we can do both EVM and SVM, but in the future we'll be looking at doing additional virtual machines as well, as the need arises. So for DA, we'll just go with a centralized DA for now. Gas token, this is just what you would call the ticker for your network, so we'll just call it, Frog. And then let's move on. So for the block time, this is in seconds, so we'll just do 2-second block time. Hyperlane is one of our bridge partners, and they're very cool. You should check them out if you haven't yet. We don't really need an Oracle for this, so we're just gonna keep moving forward. And here we go. So you can see all of our various options here, what we've selected so far. We'll go into billing. This is variable, so pricing will change. It's not necessarily a fixed cost. I'm not going to put in my credit card number in front of all of you for the world to see. So we've kind of juked this part, and I'm just going to go ahead and click deploy. And we'll wait a few seconds, and then should be able to send a postie or something to check and see the state of the chain and if it's been spin up. Normally this can take up to 15 minutes, but I'm not going to make you all sit here in silence for 15 minutes while we're doing this. Let's see. All right. There we go. And we have a live chain. So now we have a fully live EVM rollup running on a centralized DA on top of Eclipse. Sick. Yeah. And that's that. I don't know if I can go back to the slides at this point. But yeah, so that's Eclipse. That's how easy it is to deploy a rollup on Eclipse. We're really excited to get this feature out and to launch it. Actually, can we switch back over to the slides? Yes, that actually is very true. Where did you send them to me?
Wait, you have this is being screen shared with the world right now.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so let's go with some takeaways. So traditional rollups, one size fits all. Eclipse is modular and customized. This is a way that we can start looking at blockchains in a very sort of new age light. Like, this is not necessarily just like a consistently developed system. This is a very future-facing product. Traditional rollups are always going to vie for block space on the L1 itself, and Eclipse provides you that dedicated, like super fast dedicated throughput just for you. And you are your own execution layer. Like, everything that you do on your L3 that you choose to do, that you choose to build, is totally up to you. The world is your oyster. You can be as creative or as non-creative as you want. and this is just a way of like really enabling a lot of cool new business models. There's really just no more trade-offs with this. Build your own app chain. You don't need to compromise security. You can leverage the best part of each ecosystem. You can plug in anywhere you want. Yeah. And then if you want to join our waitlist to spin up your own chain, you know, scan this QR code. And yeah, and then also I think this, I'll probably get a message from you, and then I'll end up DMing you, asking you when you actually want to spin it up. And I might harass you just a little bit. But yeah, thank you very much. Follow us on Twitter at Eclipse Foundation, or Eclipse FND, excuse me. And be sure to check out our site. If you have any questions, email us, team@eclipse.builders. And yeah, my name is Grant Gerber. Thanks for having me.
Grant, thank you. Thank you for like walking through all that.
It's my pleasure.
Very smooth, very natural. Yeah, thank you. Sweet, everybody. So that concludes the technical presentation. So we're going to take a few minutes break. So for all those of you who are watching the live stream, come back in a few minutes. And then for all those of you who are sitting here, also come back in a few minutes. But in the meantime, you can check out the demo room right next door. And yeah, we'll get started with a little welcome message, and then we'll get the panels going. See you guys in a bit. Okay, welcome back. Thank you guys for being here. To all the people that are watching the live stream, welcome to our real world event. It's a mouthful in Paris. This is our first event in Europe, 5th worldwide. We're super excited to be here. And before we get going, as I did earlier, but I want to reiterate, I just want to thank all the people that made this possible, including our co-hosts, Eclipse and Samsung Next, our sponsors and media partner, and all of you guys for being here in person and everybody watching. We're seeing a lot of exposure into this DePIN sector, and this is the main idea behind our real-world events. The big vision here is to have an event for builders, investors, and a home for all these projects to share ideas, collaborate, tap into each other's communities, and reach out to all the people that make this possible. So, as I was saying earlier, the objective is to grow this DePIN sector, and I just want to spend maybe a minute or two talking about what DePIN is and why we're doing this, right? DePIN, as actually was described by Robert Lee in the Bloomberg Technology, he was describing as any real-world infrastructure network that can facilitate tokens to provide a service. And so, what is that? If you're not familiar with, I hope that we will uncover more and more as the night goes on. And if you're familiar with it, thanks for making it happen. Essentially, there are different types of services that can be incentivized by tokens. For example, server services, decentralized computing, warehouse storage, as we saw earlier, different types of infrastructure, as we saw in the earlier presentations, etc., etc. So IoTeX provides this unique infrastructure to create these DePIN projects, and it's go-to marketplace strategy and package to incentivize the creation of DePIN projects. And I wanted to share, starting from ETHSC now, our infrastructure web stream will be able to then bring Ethereum and the world of EVM to DePIN. So this ecosystem is rich, as we saw earlier. There are plenty of projects building and creating and innovating in basically almost any vertical. So I just wanted to give this quick introduction to get things rolling. We have an amazing list of panelists and quite a packed agenda. So please stay tight. There is all sorts of interesting topics from layer 1, layer 2, infrastructure, AI, real-world assets, amazing people, all pushing the boundaries. So I hope you stay tuned. And before we get going, I want to introduce your MC for the rest of these panels, Connor Lovely. Please come up. And he's going to then be here with me throughout the rest of the evening. So Connor, grab a mic.
We good? We're
yeah,
good.
I think we're good.
Awesome.
Stage is yours. Thank you very much. See you later.
Very cool. Thanks, Giuseppe. So we've got a packed day today. We've got 5 panels. We've got dinner and drinks afterwards. But our first panel up is the L1, L2, and infrastructure panel. So we're talking a lot about DePINs today, decentralized physical infrastructure networks. But those networks need blockchain infrastructure to actually run on and to distribute token incentives and have decentralized kind of IDs for devices. So I'd like to welcome our moderator, Veronica, up to talk about this. So she's institutional BD lead at Eclipse.
Hey guys, thanks so much for having me today. So I'll be moderating the first panel, which will be the L1, L2, and infrastructure panel. And I'll take a couple of seconds just to welcome everyone aboard. So looking for Say, Bowen, Rollup, and Suede to come on stage. Okay, I believe that Say is running a little late, so we can actually just go ahead and start off the panel. So just for the first 5 minutes, I'd love for each of you guys to introduce yourself and give us a little bit about your company, about yourself, etc.
Thanks for having me here today. My name is Swade Cam, and I'm part of HyperOracle. I'm part of the founding team of HyperOracle. I have a background in 5G as well as SaaS, cloud computing, so physical infrastructure has been very close to me. At HyperOracle, we're building a CK Oracle protocol. What that means is we are freeing dApps from complex as well as inefficient tokenomics. And we do that by using zero knowledge technology to do that. So we replace the traditional sticking and slashing based oracles with security as well as fast finality. And the way that we're building our network is also permissionless, in essence, DePIN. And we hopefully, with the properties that we are going to talk about today, there are some of the great use cases that we can look forward to.
Hi everyone, my name is Rollup. I'm one of the co-founders of Proximity Labs. And basically, Proximity Labs is the DeFi research and development entity of here. You can probably consider us as the DeFi foundation here. We have the same thesis of operating like near DeFi foundation, but with more flexibility for us to go on the ground, working with project founders to offer us more flexibilities and more hands-on to work with builders and developers and to together work on ecosystem initiatives. And right now, it is more of a more relevant topic to today's topic, a blockchain operating system that we're building, basically a front-end stack that's on top of it, on top of like for any applications that can potentially change user experience for how we interact with any kind of applications on different networks. Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Raullen Chai, so I'm the CEO co-founder of IoTex. Thanks for everybody to come here to join us. So give yourself a round of applause, please. Yeah, maybe some of you guys know we have been founded in 2017, actually, with 3 co-founders. I've been one of them. And we started as an IoTex layer 1, which is the POS UVM chain that we have launched in the year of 2019. So we have like a 300 ecosystem projects already. So our focus is really about the IoT and the blockchain, right? So we are like a trailblazers of DePIN. We don't have this term DePIN at that time. It's all called IoT blockchain. But down through these years, finally we found like a magic formula that can fuse IoT and blockchain all together. So that's why we're here to talk about the DePIN stuff. Yeah, that's my intro. Oh, and before IoTex, actually, I'm a PhD in cryptography. I'm also like an ex-Googler that, leading teams for security and infra for 5 years, and also joined Uber during its hyper-growth stage, stayed there, in charge of security and privacy.
Cool. I guess I'll give an introduction on myself as well. I'm the institutional BD lead at Eclipse. We are building out highly customizable blockchain infrastructure whereby developers will be able to deploy their projects without having to manage infrastructure or sacrifice scalability or security. So before we get into this panel, I know some of you guys touched upon why you have decided to focus on the DePIN space, I guess, but what makes you excited about the DePIN sector?
Yeah, sure. Contrary to what we believe or the name suggested, decentralized applications are not decentralized at all. We would say over 99% of them are not. One of the key reasons for that is because as developers, you might know, throughout the developing process, there are a lot of different layers as well as middlewares that you use, right? And one of them being Oracle is part of it. So Oracle, in a very general term, for data processing, access, and ingestion, right? So the spread is really wide, the areas that it touches. And the problem with that is using these type of oracles, sticking and slashing based oracles that I mentioned, is insecure, right? And also there is no finality. You have to wait for a challenge period, right, for it. So with DePIN, what we find is building a network that's truly decentralized, censorship resistant, as well as trustless, that can actually help us kind of remove that layer of the uncertainty for that. So what really excites us is bringing together a group of participants and with aligned interest. That's really important. And also building together in a truly decentralized fashion. I think that's what really excites us the most at HyperOracle, because our main mission is to help devs decentralize and secure their applications. So for us, that's what we look forward to the most. And then there are also builders building on top of us. There are some new use cases that we have as well that we can go into and talk about in a little bit. So that's what keeps us going.
Yes, just echoing a little bit on that. What were you building instead of the Oracle part or the middleware part? We're building the fully decentralizing the finite interactions of all applications available in the market. So two pain points that we're addressing right now, using the blockchain operating system as a solution. One is via the deployments of all these finance components on here, you'll be able to have fully open sourced finance engine point that people can like review and to view the source code to able to like do their due diligence before entering into the market, like preventing any like phishings or any like finance part attacks, and also the second point is like censorship resistance. Yes, and censorship resistance is one part like we care about quite a bit, right? And especially in DeFi spaces, like as what the previous speaker said, like probably like 90% of the application available in the market are not decentralized, right? And we're trying to decentralize this like finite access part, and that will bring like each of the components that will be available for applications that will be available in the market that will be only attached to a wallet, right? And not like to a like centralized host service providers. And that will change the user experience or development experience a little bit. And it's probably similar to what like DYDX V4 is building towards. They are the liquidity layer, and they're working with third-party community builders to host different front ends for DYDX V4. Right, and also like it's just one of the like new directions that DeFi applications and DeFi application founders are specifically exploring towards. And another part is user experience. And throughout the developments of all this different decentralized decentralized components, because they all exist on near, then now they're composable, right? Like for example, applications on Ethereum, applications on Polygon, applications on like Aptos, say, Sui, they can all exist in a single UI. Right, as long as like they're using the same wallet system, they can be like composable, and with wallet sign in, you can access all applications in a single UI, and you don't need to go through different applications to access all this application. Yeah. That's one of the ways that we're doing.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Bowen. I think DePIN is important is because it's just being very close to the physical world, to the actual user, right? It's more like a sharing economy 2.0. So think about it, every day we use Uber, we use Airbnb, we use some scooter on the street, right? So that's kind of like the essence of DePIN at a very early stage. So think about Uber. So they have no car. They have like car from like a, just like individuals like you and me. And also they have rider, basically, from the other side. And they've been a matchmaking guy in the middle, trying to get everything work. So I think DePIN kind of shares the same spirit here. If you can have a smart contract, some sort of off-chain compute, some sort of sensor here and there to stitch everything together, then we can have a Uber without, the company Uber in the middle. So if this happens, this will largely kind of accelerate the innovations we will be seeing as different versions of Ubers or scooter companies or Airbnb or energy companies, and maybe in different verticals, in different regions over the world. I think we will have a new world essentially, and just trying to get the whole process more efficient and getting rid of the middle guys.
Cool, thank you everyone. My second question will be, now that you've explained why you've become very focused in the DePIN space, what would you say is your company's unique use case or edge compared to either your competitors, or what are you bringing to the sector?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So for us, I think there are definitely two elements. One of them is, as we all know, again, smart contracts are not that smart. So they are quite dormant in the sense that you can't initiate a smart contract on its own, right, standalone. So to do a trustless automation, essentially you have to find a way to set the conditions and then commit that on chain and then trigger a third-party contract on chain, or a destination contract. So what we offer at HyperOracle is the ability to empower the smart contracts to do arbitrary compute. And what that means is even if we want to do complex computation, right? How can we support that in a verifiable way? So we can do it off-chain and then bring it back on-chain. So that's number one. And then number two is we are also adopting zero-knowledge technology. And zero-knowledge technology, not everyone knows it. And it sounds difficult, and it can be. But what we want to do is provide the CK friendliness and making sure that just the regular Solidity developers, anyone who is coding smart contracts, can actually benefit from the zero-knowledge properties, right? So how do we do that? We are providing an online editor in TypeScript language. So it's essentially a superset of JavaScript. So most of the development is very easy to learn compared to domain-specific languages like Circum or Halo 2, which are specific to writing CK circuits. So we're providing that types of tools for developers so that we can encourage and enable the ecosystem to build more innovations, right? So those are the two key elements that I want to point out what HyperOracle can bring, doing not only indexing as well as automation as well as off-chain compute for the entire blockchain space. And some of the use cases that we have seen and we are really excited about is with these type of enablement, we create templates as well as standards for developers to do the secure Oracle services that I mentioned before, right? Indexing, automation, ML inference, like machine learning training, or any other type of complex compute. And with that, what we see the opportunities is in DeFi, like Bowen says. Some of the use cases that we are really excited to kind of unlock is with DeFi, I think like from the very beginning, ERC token, tokenized entity. However, there is no, that's the birth of centralized exchange, right? And there's no liquidity to do swapping on-chain. So the next iteration of that is we rely on centralized exchange to do derivatives, right? And for derivatives, why we want to bring that up is because it actually covers over 70% of the entire crypto market. And that equates to about over 2 trillion market. And what is lacking right now, why is it not possible, is because A, we cannot, so in every block we have to fetch the on-chain data, right, constantly, getting those information from on-chain. And secondly is for historical data, we cannot actually retrieve the historical data over 256 blocks. So that's around like 3 days of transactions or operations. So what we're missing here is a trustless way to actually automate these type of functions, right? How do you fetch the data, queries the data, and then you automate any, if you want to do a limit order, right? If you get a certain price point, you want to sell it, right? So there is no way of doing it. And with HyperOracle, we are hoping to accelerate even the next generation of that. Is we can support fully on-chain derivatives as well as a new type of stablecoin, which would involve some of the machine learning that we would need, right, to do like extensive risk balancing for your portfolio and for your token assets. So these are the type of use cases that we're very excited about. And we talk about like using off-chain compute to do complex operations or computation, right? Like machine learning models. In the same essence, we can think of perhaps in the NFT space, we can do an AIGC NFT, AI generated content, right? And how can we support that? Because it's going to be super expensive to do it fully on chain. So then we can think of a way of doing it off chain and then bridge it to on chain. And also one other areas that we can also think about is in DAOs, right? DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. We do really well in the decentralization part, right? Having decentralized governance. However, the autonomous part, we're still lacking a little bit. What we hope at HyperOracle is we can also help these DAOs, like these organizations, to do their automation functions like trustlessly.
Yes, I agree with that. So I think DePIN, in a sense, from my perspective, is improving on the efficiency and communication and the security of this information passing through and interconnecting different systems, right? And whether to be oracles, whether to be IoT devices, like it's or like working toward the same goal, right? And on the solution that we are working with on the near side is like we're also like trying to improve the user experience and the efficiency and the communication of and of those assets and user experience, right? So what we are doing is like basically we've been building the DeFi. Personally, as a farmer, we started as like Wi-Fi and curve time, or even before that, there was a synthetics time. Right? There was so many applications coming out every day, and right now, if we look at Uniswap, there's probably 400 plus Uniswap forks available in the market. And if you look at like Aave Compound, there's about 90 forks above. And if you look at GMX, there's like 30 forks above. So what I'm trying to get to is with a newer ecosystem coming out every day, and within the new ecosystem, there will be different products coming out every day. Are they actually serving the market pain point, or are we actually solving the efficiencies of capital allocations, or are we actually solving this efficiencies of customizing the DeFi experience to suit what customer really needs in the market? The answer is in most of the times is that they're not, right? And how we are aiming to address that is instead of for an applications, for example, to build towards more customer loyalty and to build towards a bigger picture, and it can, for example, specialize, or for example, like build different smart contracts into its protocol, such that, like for example, Sushi, right? Sushi has built AMM function, built lending function, built launchpad function, and built different functions into its protocol, and it gets fatter and fatter, right? And in the way that as they are building towards a fatter like smart contract and protocol, it loses business identity a little bit, right? But in the real world, what we see that is each business will specialize in a way like specialize the business on the one area of expertise, and then they try to open up to partner with like maybe different retailers, different manufacturers or supply chains for them to improve further improve on the area of specializations, and then in a way that we can reach a positive sum to the market, right? So what we are building right now is we're trying to change the user experience and change how the way the market operates today. Like instead of like So for example, like just like as a, for example, a biscuit brand or like whatever, like I don't know what's a good one, a biscuit manufacturer, right? They would not build flagship stores everywhere in different geographic locations. Instead of they focus on making the biscuit business well, but they partner with retailers. And it's really the retailers that comes to understand the market and try to compile different variety of products and try to serve the local customer needs. And they understand the local customer needs. And with the market improvement, with the market iterations, they change the categories of product they offer to the customers, right? And that's the way that we think how dApps and the current DeFi experience should be, right? And we building a blockchain operating system that has each different applications, whether network you own, you can deploy your frontend on there, and it becomes a very light component and calls functions on your smart contracts in your network, right? And it becomes a very light component. It's fully open sourced. Everyone can use that. And it's really the gateway service providers that will think about how different ways that they can take available components in the market and try to compile and customize different user experience and present it to the users such that to serve a better customer need. Right? For example, right, people can actually build Instant app using BOSS. Right? And there could be variety of instant apps coming out to the market, right? And there could be one of the ways for Sushi Today to go to market and compete with Uniswap is they can build and embed complementary services like Aave, like GMX, like Bridges into their UI via BOSS, so they can offer more variety of services and they will be all available in the market to compete with the utility that they offer on the network, right? Because user journey can be completed in a single UI without leaving everywhere, right? So, in the short summary, what we're building is we're trying to improve via the deployment via the blockchain operating system. We're trying to, first of all, change and challenge a little bit on their current business model of how applications should be facing the retails and reach out to the retails, right? And maybe inject a part of that, with the retailer part and the customer service part into that, who better understands the market and help us all this product to go to market. And secondly is we trying to, by aggregating all this application together in a single UI and all this user experience can be or customizable, then ultimately what we're changing is the capital efficiency and user time, right? For example, Binance today, each user retention is about 15 minutes, right? And Uniswap is already 16 minutes. And realistically, a retail average user will only probably have 30 minutes, 1 hour a day to access all DeFi applications. And if we taking 6 minutes from Uniswap, what do you expect the rest of it go to? CoinGecko takes 10 minutes, and DBank takes 12 minutes. And they don't have time to explore more applications in the market. But by aggregating all these components together in a single UI, we're saving their time. We're saving their efficiency of intentions and capital efficiency. That's basically just echoing to the DePIN part. All we're doing is improving on the communication and efficiencies of user attention and assets and system communications.
Yeah, that's a really comprehensive one, right? So, so we have a few DePIN projects here today. I think Hotspotty guys are here. Arcring is here. Masari is not a DePIN project, but they're here. We have also Vodafone here, but we have a few kind of demos in the next room. I'm sure all the DePIN builders, so they share one pain point in common, which is DePIN's hard. It has a large tech stack all the way from hardware, network, communication to blockchain, smart contract, web app, mobile app, whatever, right? It's a 7-layer kind of tech stack. That's really hard. So essentially what we do, IoTeX, so we are trying to, reduce this into a single, simple, flexible layer. So developer can actually, do a lot of DePIN projects with very low cost, to really explore different possibilities in the DePIN space. Okay, I just make it short.
Cool. Well, I guess before moving on to my second to last questions, I can also add in a little bit about Eclipse, given that there's some space. So in terms of like our use case with DePIN companies, right, is we're building out a Rollup-centric framework or blockchain infrastructure so that projects can very much deploy on a dedicated chain. So that what that means is you'll be getting parallelized execution of transactions and you won't have to manage the infrastructure yourself. So something that I've noticed, right, in the space is a lot of people either started off on their own chain and decided this is not working for me, I don't really want to manage this, ended up moving to another L1 where they're now constrained by economic pricing. So all of these flaws we've kind of picked up upon and are some things that we solve for whilst using our Rollup framework. Yeah. Last question for me is, I guess, what are you most excited about coming up within the next year, either for your company in the space or just anything, really?
Yeah, sure. So for us, we are a fairly new project. We have been in existence since October of last year. So now is 8 months. So we are releasing our product next week, actually tomorrow. So that's really exciting for us, for developers to actually try to use it and then get some feedback, right? And testnet in the horizon in September. And what we're really excited about is because we believe in an autonomous future. So along with blockchain, how can we ensure that AI intelligence as well as machine learning can be brought on chain? That's what we're really excited about, and that's how we can also enable that. And with the use of first zero knowledge technology, and of course we're going to explore some other mechanism as well. And in terms of like the DePIN space, because we're an open source project, as with most of the projects here as well, our node images are going to be open source. Our code are going to be open source as well. So everyone can actually look at it, audit it, and in a permissionless way, they can also build, run their own servers, right? Run their own nodes, providing these type of secure services within our network. One of the things that you mentioned earlier is developers actually don't want to like have overhead running their own infrastructures, right? So how can we make sure that with DePIN networks, we can help kind of abstract away so that developers don't have to worry about running these type of infrastructure, not worry about like having service availability problem, having a single choke point, or like having like to pay or even pay for like extensive amount if like a centralized authority wants to charge you more or they want to stop the services one day, right? So I think for builders to think about is when you select these type of services, what are some of the things that you guys want the most? For us, we have done some survey. Security is definitely top one priority, and the second one is reliability, right? So I think like at HyperOracle, we are most excited about building out the open source and permissionless network and enable developers to innovate freely without any constraints.
I'll give my perspective in two angles. One is from business angles, one is from customer angles. On the business side, in contrast to HyperOracle, we are a relatively old project. We've been here for a while. And as a layer one, I think the most important thing serving as a business is to shaping its business identity. Right? That is very unique to the market, that will stand out, and will customer remember that, application will remember that, and come for purpose. And that's one of the reasons that we quite focus on BOSS. Right? And that's something, the technology is actually very unique and can be only be available made on the air. And we're putting quite a bit of resources on that. And on the customer part is, as a farmer, like I just don't have enough time. Or at least in DeFi summer, I didn't have enough time. Like managing 20 wallets or like across like tens of applications. And with BOSS, I wanted to use that I wanted to see those different service providers coming here to the market to address the real pain point that we're addressing. Right? We only have limited time spending on crypto a day, and improving on user experience and anything that can improve user experience and capital efficiency that we wanted to see. And that's why, like, as a farmer perspective, I also like quite focused, quite excited about the box technology. Thank you.
Yeah, very cool. I think for us, Simone already talked about like our big plan is a web stream. It's like an off-chain compute layer for the DePIN projects. So I will be really exciting to see. So we're actually working with our customers, which could be DePIN builders, Eclipse, layer ones, so on and so forth, and Oracle providers. Try to see if like our hypothesis can be really verified, right? So we're saying, okay, so if we bring down the bar, so more innovation should be coming. So I'm really excited to see if this hypothesis can be proved or not, right? Let's see. But according to our past experience, you look at DeFi. Why DeFi? There's like a DeFi summer, like you mentioned, because DeFi is easy enough. Everybody can do a DeFi. NFT is even easier, right? It's just pictures with a smart contract, right? So that's why I'm thinking about if we bring down DePIN infra to that type of like a level, will we see a lot of innovation? And I think the answer could be yes.
Cool. And as a last question, I know that this is being live streamed as well, more so as a call to action. What type of projects are you looking for to reach out to you guys?
For us, we're developer facing. So anyone who is building dApps and who actually wants to extend their programmability on smart contracts and also benefit from off-chain compute, specifically supporting large language modeling, right, LLMs, or doing just trustless automation, simple functions as like querying raw blockchain data, we would welcome them. And if anyone is interested in building the next generation of DeFi applications, we definitely want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's us. Okay, cool. My call to actions is, well, I think in the next 3 to 6 months, we'll be working with most of the layer 2s in the market. And each one of them will use BOSS to launch an interactive ecosystem interactive page that will have most of the core applications on top. And users, like the pain point that we're addressing is in a very crowded market, in a single UI that you can access most of the application in a newer ecosystem will help users to save their time and save their efforts to learn about a new ecosystem. And you will hear the first adoption by the ecosystem probably tomorrow, and more to come to be lined up in the next few months. And yeah, use BOSS to explore, save your time.
So anyone who wants to change the world should come to us. My Telegram handle as well, my Twitter handle is just my name, Raullen. So the reason I'm saying that is because I do think, for the next boom market, which a lot of people think is coming in the year of 2024 or 2025, right after the Bitcoin halving, I will think like a DePIN will be like one of the main narratives for the next boom market. I really hope so, and I really believe so. So that's why I said, if you want to change the world, take the action right now and come to us. We can help you guys to build. And of course, come to them as well.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Connor. I'm in BD at IoTeX, and we've got our next panel up here on DePIN and real-world adoption. So I'd like to invite Rob from Demo, Leo, VJ, and Daniel up to the stage. Yeah, guys, sit wherever. Good to meet you.
Test.
Toast.
Okay, thanks for being here, everyone. We'll get started very shortly here. I already introduced myself, but I'd like to ask each of our panelists here to give just a few minutes about themselves, their background, and then the project they are building. So VJ, I'll start with you.
Yeah, hey guys. I am Chief Business Officer at Eclipse, which is a customizable rollup provider supporting both the SVM and EVM. Prior to this, I was heading up business development and growth at DYDX and Uniswap before that.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Hotspotty. We actually don't have a token. We're in the few projects here that don't have one. But we started back in 2020 deploying Helium hotspots before DePIN, when the beginning was just like DY, we call it. We actually started deploying like hundreds of hotspots in Portugal and around Europe. And then we decided that they actually needed some tooling around that. And then that's when we started the company. But I guess we can talk a little bit more about that in a bit.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leo, the founder of the R3AL. R3AL is, we call the D-Energy DePIN project. We try to, using the community to connect those, the rooftop, the solar panel, and connect those data, the energy data, and try to monitor those data and to do the carbon neutral applications. And we quite inspired by the Helium project since the 2021, and then decide to kick off this the energy DePIN project the end of last year.
Cool. And my name is Rob Solomon, one of the co-founders at Demo, where anybody can connect a car from any automaker and access next generation mobility applications for it. Happens to be built on blockchain. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob. So Daniel, I'd like to start with you. I think you kind of alluded to it a bit already, but you guys have been a really important part of the DePIN space even before it was called DePIN. So yeah, just what are your thoughts on how the space has transitioned from just DY and a few wireless projects, really starting with Helium, to now this very large space covering many industries that's called DePIN. What's your view on the transition there?
Yeah, no, it's actually super exciting to see how things are playing out and how this ecosystem is growing. Like I said before, we started as soon as we could deploy hotspots in Europe. It's very hard to also start telling about the beginning of DePIN or DY or TPIN or whatever you want to call it without mentioning the Helium. They actually started almost a decade ago trying to come up with some ways that people could deploy these hotspots to build some kind of infrastructure around the world. Took them many, many years. I think it was like, 7 years trying to figure out how to do that, and up to the point that they realized that maybe if they combine with crypto, give some token incentives for people to see if that actually would happen, that people start deploying hotspots, and actually that's something that happened starting late, I think, 2019, and then mostly 2020. That's when things started picking up. And then they realized that token incentivized can actually really help companies with the co-start problem. Like just start giving tokens in a way that the company doesn't actually need to create, to spend their fiat that they just got from investors into giving that, to give to the people. And that's something that actually happened. And I mean, there's almost 1 million hotspots of Helium right now. Most of them are offline due to various regions, to like bear market, etc. But they realized that this actually works. And then so many companies started after that to build different projects, like, for example, Demo or other guys that are here as well. We at Hotspotty, like I mentioned before, we don't have our own token, but we realized that we started deploying hotspots. From that, we built Hotspotty is that actually a tool to deploy, to manage, to pay your hosts. To basically, if you are a deployer, if you're a big deployer, use Hotspotty to do the fleet management for everything you need on the Helium ecosystem. And what we realized that we are building, we built actually a framework for the whole DePIN ecosystem, and that's what we're trying to do now, is like talk to partners, talk to other companies building in this ecosystem that we can actually help them grow and actually help the whole DePIN ecosystem by building awareness and anything that can help. Because in a way, we became, like Connor mentioned, quite a big known brand in this ecosystem, even not having a brand, not having like a token or being like a project itself. But that gives us some advantage, because this way we can actually try multiple ways to grow the whole ecosystem, and then that's something that we're trying in multiple different ways that I can be talking here for hours, but I'll let someone else talk now.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I know there's a lot of history in DY and DePIN, so thanks for going over that. Vijay, question for you is that I know you all are building customizable rollups. You've seen DePIN as a target market or part of the market you'd like to serve. Why would DePIN projects need a rollup, and what kind of customizability do you offer to DePIN projects building on Eclipse?
Yeah, so in general, rollups offer scalability on top of L1s, right? So that's something that we all kind of know and understand. But specifically, Eclipse focuses on customizable rollups or modular rollups. And the reason for that is ultimately we have a view of the world that as blockchain and crypto go more mainstream as kind of underlying infrastructure, the end application developers will want to abstract various aspects of that experience from the end user experience. And so there are customizations involved as part of that those end developers will have an interest in. And also, if you look at the longer arc of DePIN adoption, the expected transactions per second should eventually sort of hit ceilings in terms of what we're seeing on a lot of L1s or even kind of classic EVM-based L2s. So that's really the lens through which we have been trying to build and expanding support for the modular stack. Specifically on the customization point, what we see on the DePIN side is that a lot of these DePIN projects that have a focus on non-fungible assets or hardware. So examples of this are wireless or sensors, as opposed to, say, compute or data storage, which are more fungible. So when you're talking about these non-fungible assets, there's sort of a coordination problem that is more difficult to solve, where you want to localize where these services are coming online. And so as a result, the kind of reward structures or incentive structures that you might be implementing tend to have to be more customized overall and potentially different across the network as well. So that's kind of one paradigm that we're seeing a lot of these DePIN products come in and use the Eclipse modular stack for. And so I'd say, that's definitely probably the most salient example, but other types of customizations that we offer include being able to abstract away having to pay gas, being able to pay gas in the project's native token, doing interesting things with the mempool and MEV mitigation. So all these things are kind of aspects of the underlying kind of infrastructure experience that if you can address them, and taking a modular approach allows us to offer that to our customers, then you're able to really deliver on this smooth UX that a lot of the DePIN apps are going for. So that's really how we're approaching the space, yeah.
Awesome, thank you, yeah. So Rob, you guys are rapidly approaching 20,000 connected cars. I think last I checked it was 17 or 18,000. What are some of the biggest challenges you guys have faced reaching that level of adoption, and how have you overcome them, or how do you plan to?
I think whenever you start a project, you kind of just expect you flip the switch and overnight, everyone's talking about it and it's this big thing. We got a small taste of that in the beginning when very early on we put out a blog post with Helium, kind of like, I think it was called Helium for Cars, the Helium community, and we had 5,000 people join the Discord overnight. We sold millions of dollars in pre-sales of hardware. So we're like, oh, this will be easy, We'll just get the hardware and then we'll have 1 million cars connected in, It's definitely more, and then that was probably peak bull market for Helium and crypto generally. So yeah, it's still going very well. As you mentioned, getting close to 20,000 cars, but it's definitely more of a deliberate effort. We are. And we have a growth team who's doing an excellent job putting out content and experimenting with different ways to get the word out to people. One of the nice things about this project, this model too, you kind of started to talk about the cold start problem, is like people who are happy with the experience they're getting love telling their friends about it. And that's still, it's the cheapest and it's the kind of best growth driver. So that's been mainly what it's been coming from.
Yeah, and then I guess follow-up question to that would be, not exact numbers at all, but just anecdotally, who have you seen building out the demo network more? Is it a lot of like individual car owners or maybe parents that have a couple cars in a family, or is it more fleet operators, like someone that has maybe 20 cars on Turo? And are you guys optimizing for one versus another in terms of network growth?
The vast majority of users have like 1 or 2 cars connected. So it's mostly the individual user. The Demo, the protocol, is not optimized for fleets versus individuals. The Demo, the mobile app, is optimized for individuals, right? And it's actually something that's shifting quite a bit. We're going to have a much cheaper $100 price point hardware device that actually uses Helium's LoRa network that will be excellent for fleets and normally everyday users too. But and AutoPi, the company that made the first Demo miner, is publishing their fleet UI. So if you are a fleet, instead of using Demo Mobile and having to mess with that, now you have a specific fleet telemetry app and a cheaper device to plug in your car. So we expect that to shift a little bit more in the other direction.
Well, you heard it here first. That's awesome news. Yeah. I hadn't heard that. That's awesome. That's really cool. Leo, over to you. So I checked out the R3AL dashboard. Looks like you have about 750 miners online. I think it still might be in the testnet phase, but just give us a few details about what makes up an R3AL miner and how you all have gotten to that level of growth so far with your network.
Okay. Yeah, we launched the testnet in the February, and actually we prepared this project for the 4 or 5 months before, and the main the driving the reason for us to kick off this project is the solar panel, especially our targeting is residential, the rooftop solar panel. There's a very important the data monetization. The reason is the solar panel generating the green energy, and once this behavior can be verified and can be issued to the kind of a carbon credit they call the REC, Renewable Energy Certificate. And since the 2011, the many corporate using the REC to offset the carbon emission from the brown energy consumption. But we saw in the market most of the REC generated from the large side the solar farm, because those verification and the audit process either require send the people to the field, or you install the IoT solution in the field. Both way will take the cost. So typically the company will evaluate the potential, the revenue from the asset from those the size of the solar farm. So today those rooftop solar panel, the people just using the electricity generated by the solar panel, but no company try to develop those data to monetize those data to the REC. The reason is the ROI. So that's the perfect, the way for the DePIN model to call the community to take the CapEx, to take the OpEx, and try to develop this long tail market. So that's also the reason why the community, quite, accept this model, and we have quick, the growth. Even just several months, we have already 700 plus the miner onboarding on the testnet. And another reason is we are choosing the quite mature the industry. The solar is already the 20 plus years, and especially for those solar digitalization solution is also quite mature. So that gives us the quite easy way to adapt the different models and brand the solar inverter and easily bring those solar panel to our network.
Okay, so those 750 miners are basically solar inverters that are installed on site and then can measure the production and consumption of renewable energy.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And I guess similar question to the one I asked Rob. You're optimizing for the long tail of distributed energy assets because those customers are easier to get on board, or there's more of them. Like basically, why are you choosing the long tail versus the huge solar farms?
Yeah, the why we choose the long tail. I give some answer actually in the previous question. This long tail is quite big, because the sun shine to the earth is quite fair. It's not just give the energy to those large size the solar farm, and they will give the energy to the every piece of the roof. So it's more than 50% of the solar energy, give to the rooftop. And it's very quite distributed. So we think it's a perfect for the using the Web3 the methodology and try to connect those long tail the market. And more important, this long tail market is no company today. I mean, those company organization will not develop those long tail market because they cannot get the good ROI. Every piece of the asset on the rooftop solar panel is too small. So it's not worth for them to either send the people or install the hardware. So yeah, so that's the reason why we look at this long tail market and think it's a perfect market for the DePIN. Yeah, using the DePIN model. Yeah, using the community to co-build this digital network, the infra for this long tail market, and let the whole community to co-own the futures, the benefit generated from this infra.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Rob, so I saw on Twitter, Andy, one of your co-founders, I think, shared something about Tesla's fleet telemetry protocol. They spun up a GitHub account, and they're basically looking to create a way for Tesla owners to securely choose which data of theirs is shared with third-party applications. So if you could just kind of compare and contrast that a bit with how Demo is looking at building open vehicle data sets, and does that line up with you all's mission, or is it slightly different?
It's really the formalization of something that's been going on for a long time. Like we're not magically getting the Tesla data. We're using the same kind of like plumbing, and they're just kind of leaning into it more officially, which is great. They're really what that announcement says is that they acknowledge the way their API is being used, and that they want to provide a better pathway for developers and to kind of like embrace it officially. So that's great for projects like Demo. We want, we don't need automakers to do anything for Demo to work with their cars, but it's better when they are open to it. And I think another thing that's interesting with Tesla in particular is everyone says like they're the software company that makes cars, everyone else is the hardware company that can't really do software. And so they're kind of pioneering where all this is going. And so you've seen other automakers kind of acquiesce to making electric vehicles in the first place, their charging network, and I think on the software side you're going to see them continue to follow Tesla on that as well, which is good. It means each automaker can have its own kind of software plumbing. Demo is going to be kind of the platform that brings it all together, allows you to build apps across those platforms, and is kind of the open ecosystem for all of that. So.
Yeah, now you can say you front ran Elon a bit in terms of building open data sets. Leo, similar question to you. I mean, I know you're looking to collect and aggregate a lot of distributed energy data from solar inverters and solar panels. What are you looking to do with that data once it's collected? You know, how do you plan to monetize it or monetize it on behalf of the contributors that are contributing it to the R3AL network?
Yeah, the first obvious use case based on the R3AL net, you know, the capture from the solar panel is the REC, and because it's a virtual the demand side, we don't need to educate the market because it's already there. And we try to do is to aggregate those small pieces of the green asset, the green data asset, and try to develop those data to the REC. And so it's quite a natural way to monetize the data to the REC. So that's the first the easy use case for us. So even today the supply side is not big, but we can still monetize the available data generated from the existing the supply side. And this April we also try to find our a new the demand side for those green energy the generation data. So we launched a campaign called the Green Bitcoin campaign, and try to using the tokenized rack, generate from the R3AL network to offset the legacy Bitcoin networks, the energy, the consumption. But it's a small piece, testing. We just pick up the one block generated from this year's March 3rd. And it's this block will already consume the 4 million kilowatt the energy for the whole the Bitcoin network for that block. And we are using the 4,000 the rack, the tokens rack to offset the carbon emission from this Bitcoin the block. And we want to use in this way to also generate the some new demand side, the new buyer to purchasing the tokenized rack. We position this rack as we call the database and on-chain tokenized rack. And in the past, those demand side is not existing because only the traditional corporate purchasing the rack, like the Google, like the Microsoft. And but the Web3, the Bitcoin network is a huge energy consumption scenario, and we think that they will more supporting this innovative the rack model. It's without the centralized the verification body, without the centralized registry, without the centralized issuance, without centralized trading. Everything is based on the data, based on cryptography. Yeah, so that's the what we are doing in the past 3 months, and try to monetize the data from the supply side, and also try to create some new type of demand side, yeah, for the rack. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So it sounds like some of the demand is already existing, and you know how to serve that, and then some of it is build it and they will come type demand. But that's awesome. Vijay, over to you. So DMO and R3AL both have tokens on Polygon. I know you all at Eclipse are working with Polygon Labs to launch the Polygon SVM. Polygon and Solana both are probably the two front runners for kind of DePIN home, DePIN ecosystems. So yeah, tell us a bit about that project, how it would work and why it's important for DePIN developers.
Yeah, so the thesis behind that is really predicated on this idea that like ecosystem like L1 and EVM ecosystems are going to kind of come and go or grow and wane, and Eclipse is basically infrastructure that abstracts away a lot of that from the developer experience, so you can pick and choose the pieces of the stack that you want to use for execution, settlement, data availability, and consensus. But you can also easily port over to new systems or new EVMs when they serve your goals. Those could be either product goals based on scalability and customization, or it could be more based on network effects and liquidity and where kind of L1 ecosystems are expanding. And so the latter was informed that partnership that we did with Polygon. And so what we did there is we basically brought SVM functionality to Polygon. It's actually a work in progress and should be going live soon. And there's a lot of projects in the Solana ecosystem who are starting to learn more about it and come on board. So the thesis behind that is really to kind of bring in Solana projects and allow them to tap into the liquidity and network effects that the Polygon ecosystem has. And then also for the Polygon ecosystem in general to leverage the parallelization that the Solana VM offers over the EVM. So it kind of goes both ways, but we're really trying to just bring the best of each part of the stack to other ecosystems and allow it to all kind of interoperate and for developers to easily migrate as well. So just kind of extending that thesis a bit, over time, the growth of the modular rollup space should kind of drive more competition among all pieces of the scaling stack. And that's something that we're excited to see. And I think a lot of the L1s and kind of the VM ecosystems are leaning into that as well now in sort of this accelerationist mentality. So that's kind of the first example of that. And we definitely could envision bringing the SVM over to L1 Ethereum. And as the choice of VMs expands as well, there's a lot more that we could do there. So excited to kind of continue that trend in general.
Yeah, you actually brought up a question I was going to ask you later, but I think it's better to fit it in here. The modular approach to dApp building that Eclipse offers, I think would definitely increase kind of churn because for developers, because then they can use different blockchains for settlement or storage, data availability, that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, how do you see all this playing out? Say like in 5 years, Eclipse is a huge household name. Lots of dApps are building on Eclipse. Is there massively more competition from L1s for dApps? Like, are there more incentives for developers? Like, what do you think that would look like?
Yeah, so I definitely think if you kind of extend it out to the logical extreme, it's going to drive more competition in terms of L1s and kind of the various pieces of the infrastructure stack. So execution, settlement, DA, and consensus. So on the DA and consensus side, you've already got a handful of players there like Celestia, EigenLayer. Of course, you've got ETH1, and you can still do centralized DA, right? So that's a part of the appeal of the modular stack is if having centralized DA serves the use case, you can have that and not have to worry about dying on a hill of ideology or religion of what a given L1 ecosystem is. And so we're really kind of leaning into that neutrality. Obviously, I think right now in a bear market, people tend to stick a little more to tribalism, but that's something that we're excited to see kind of continue to grow, especially as more mainstream developers come in the space, people from the Web2 world who, again, are not viewing it through kind of a token first lens or crypto native lens. They're coming in through the use case lens, and the token, if they do it, is maybe just one part of that bigger picture. So that's ultimately the audience that we'd like to cater to as well, not just everybody in the space now, but eventually kind of help to grow the space as well. And so I think modular will have a big role to play in that over the next 5 years. And if that happens, it should also drive a lot of competition and efficiency in terms of the L1 landscape as well. So definitely think, I think that's a trend that we strongly believe in and are kind of investing in. But it should be good for, it should be good for developers. It should be good for end users. And so just something to continue building towards.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, more competition would definitely be better for dApp developers. So Leo, question for you. A lot of projects use proof of X or X to earn as a way to describe what they do. Tell us a bit about proof of capacity for R3AL and what that means. I think I saw there was 3 components to that. So energy generation, storage, and consumption. If you could just walk us through what all that means.
Yeah, so the basic logic of our reward is because we start from the solar panel, it's energy generation side. So the proof of the capacity is try to get the model if the miner, the builder can give the more the energy generation data, we will give the more, the reward if under the same situation. So that's the also quite, the same for the REC, the methodology, because the REC is also based on how much green energy generated by the solar panel. So that's for the generation, the energy generation side, based on the POC, the proof of the capacity. And later in the future, once we figure out the detail, we'll also try to extend the supply side from the generation, the energy generation, like the solar panel, to the energy storage, the battery, and also the energy consumption side. And for the battery, it's a kind of how much the battery can store the energy, especially for example, in the peak period, how much the battery can sell back the electricity to the grid, and in the non-peak period, how much the energy the battery can store, in the battery. And for the energy consumption side, it's really depend on we will set up some benchmark, for example, for this air conditioning. And if this equipment, the energy consumption equipment can, save some energy in the peak hour, and we will give some, the relative, award. So all of those three scenarios, the generation, storage, and the consumption, it's based on the energy, the capacity, but the different way,
Okay, awesome. No, that makes a lot of sense. Rob, similar question for you. What does proof of movement mean for demo, and how does it shape the experience of a demo user or contributor?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different than like, proof of coverage in like the Helium context. It's not as much of like an element of rewards as it is a way to verify data. So you get telemetry data from the vehicle. The device that you plug in has a secure element, it signs the payloads coming off of that. It has its own kind of Ethereum wallet. So there's some level of cryptographic verification there. It's pinging cell towers as it's driving around, and you can kind of use that to prove that it's actually moving around in the real world. And we've experimented with antennas you can plug into the back that would use Helium's like mapping to do verification for Helium hotspots, and also do verification for demo cars as they drive around. So it really kind of describes a method for making sure that you have highly accurate, verifiable data for vehicles, which is going to become increasingly important, especially in this like autonomous vehicle, cars made by X company, software is made by Y company, it's operated by Z company, and then like when something happens, like what's the source of truth for it? In airplanes you have black boxes, like what's the equivalent for a vehicle? So yeah, proof of movement generally describes that kind of effort around verification.
Awesome, thank you. So Daniel, question for you. I mean, you already discussed it a bit, but you all were some of the earliest, largest scale, European Helium hotspot deployers, I would say. So I was going back and forth recently with Sammy Amasari, who covers the DePIN space, about whether the DePIN networks of the future will be built out by many kind of individual retail users, or maybe like large scale deployers who are raising venture capital or debt financing. How do you see some of these DePIN networks that are yet to launch scaling? And maybe we can use like React Network, which just rebranded to Daylight, as an example. Like, do you think that's going to be, every parent that owns a home buys one of those and puts it in their electrical box, or do you think it will be like solar installers going door to door? How do you see those networks being built out?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a combination of both. Usually when a DePIN project starts, it's quite small, it's quite niche. Only the nerds basically are trying to vouch for them and try to install them. And that's kind of how Helium started. Just like people who either knew IoT or liked the project and started deploying, and then start telling their friends. Like we started doing the host method, which is kind of like I take my own hotspot, install in your house, I give you a percentage of the rewards, and then you start earning some rewards from that. And then what happened is a lot of people started seeing the rewards because we're at the peak of the bull market in 2021. They start getting excited, start getting like, oh, there's money coming. Maybe I'm going to start doing my own. So it's really cool because we see this happen in Helium initially. And I can imagine that's going to happen to a lot of other projects as well that started like just individuals deploying them. And then as the project gets serious, get bigger, companies start forming from that to be more of serious deployers, right? That's how I think nowadays most people who are actually still deploying hardware are bigger deployers for Helium. But then other projects, people start doing just like, oh, let me just buy one hard and see what's up. And then they really start getting to liking the project, it's getting traction. And then overall, I think on the long path is going to be mainly big deployers, especially because usually the token amount is very large for small people, for like the initial, let's say the people who started deploying in the beginning. Then let's say when we started deploying hotspots, I remember one time we were making almost 1,000 AGT a day, and the same amount of tokens could be like, I don't know, 1 AGT or even less. So to make like financial sense, right now you need to be a big deployer in a company like that. And yeah, I think that's mainly going to be big deployers in the long run, but it's going to be a part of combination of both. Yeah, it's very important. I mean, just let me do a quick plug as well. One thing that we're actually partnering with IoTeX is a project that is still a little bit under work, like WIP. It's called DePIN DD. I'm not sure if it's going to be this name yet. We're trying to aggregate all the DePIN projects into one website to have a concentrated index of all the projects that if you're a new project, you can come to us and then add your project to our database. And then this way you can actually increase like the speed of the flywheel that we have in this ecosystem. Yeah, thanks for everyone for building this. We have, I think, around over 80 projects. So we started with like a few. Now it's quite big and it's quite early. Most of the projects don't have tokens yet. So it's quite, but it's super exciting to see all these companies building during the bear market. It's actually, I think that's the right time to build because when we were building during 2021 was ridiculous. It was just keeping up with the pace was very hard. But anyway, super excited to see what's coming next.
Awesome. Yeah, and guys, we've got 4 minutes left here. If we could just get a quick minute from each of you on what you're excited about, whether it's for your specific project or for the DePIN space over the next year, and then also any kind of call to action you'd like to make for our audience here or anyone on the live stream. And we can start with you, Vijay.
Yeah, so in general, super excited to see modular infrastructure kind of take hold across a variety of use cases, particularly DePIN is an area that we're super bullish about. I think with regards to the DePIN space in general, I think we've seen a lot of kind of development and network effects in kind of the fungible asset space, so compute, storage, but super excited to see that kind of extend more into like real world kind of hard asset, non-fungible type use cases, so specifically wireless, sensor networks, battery networks, so a lot of the projects up on stage here. So excited to see those kind of come to fruition and seeing like very healthy kind of long tail of service provider participants where you kind of have more of like a retail individual or just lone wolves who are partaking in these networks as opposed to just the larger players as well. And obviously, I think reward systems and well-designed reward systems have a role to play in that. And so we're excited to help out there as well.
Daniel, over to you. What you're excited about in DePIN or for Hotspotty over the next year, and then a quick call to action for anyone if you'd like.
I mean, we're really excited to see how the new projects are going to come up. We're actually basically in touch with all the projects, trying to find ways that we can help them get started, most of it. And one thing that we're trying to start very soon is something called DePIN Draws. It's kind of like a lottery system that people can apply in multiple ways to get free miners from different projects. And this way we can actually incentivize new projects to start without having to promote the project itself. And yeah, I think by the end of the next bull run, I think DePIN's going to have a massive part in it. I'm super excited to see.
Leo, I mean, yeah, so both of you guys real quick before we run out of time, just what you're excited about in the next year for Arc for DePIN, and then a call to action.
Yeah, since we are still in the testnet phase, so I think the next year we will launch the mainnet, so that will be quite exciting for us. And we also put the target. We try to grow the today's miners, the number from to the first 10,000 in the coming 6 or 9 months. And we also hope to promote the standard, we call the database, the on-chain tokenized rack, the standard in the Web3 community, and try to start from the sustainable Bitcoin and try to make those standards can be adopted in the Web3 world's the decarbonization, the action, based on the Arcrin's protocol.
Cool. Yeah, and then in terms of what I'm most excited about, I think the last cycle was opened up a lot of people's minds to like how you can build supply on these networks super quick, the vision for it. People got, it was really kind of a breakthrough moment. But we've yet to kind of really see the demand side, product market fit, and the undeniable utility of these things beyond just like the blockchain aspect of it, right? And I think the foundation's there. I think we're going to see it in the next cycle. There's starting to see, data credit burn going up for Helium. Other projects are getting more mature. Demo, we're super focused on providing kind of undeniable utility to users and to apps and getting apps built on Demo, not just, making the number of cars connected go up, but making the usefulness of it to everybody go up as well. So I think that's going to be a huge thing this next cycle. Bear markets are great for that. And the call to action is, of course, to go connect your car to Demo. It's quick.
Awesome. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to meet you. Congrats on the move to Eclipse. Very exciting news. Okay, yeah, up next, we have got Sheen from MXC, who will be presenting about the Ethereum of IoT and their ZK EVM scaling solution. Sheen, come up on stage whenever you're ready.
Here you go. And you can just cue them for the slides, just like nod at them or something.
Hi there. So this is Shane. So I'm the co-developer at MXC Foundation. So today I'm going to present to you what we're building here in MXC for the last few years. So actually, MXC, we are the first layer 3 on the top of Arbitrum, and we have already launched our mainnet early last week. So, one more slide. So actually, in the last 4 years, we started in Berlin, like in 2018. So during the last 4 years, what we did is we helped community to deploy our miners in 170 countries as IoT base station that is actually covered basically the whole US and the Netherlands. And also, we got launched in a lot of world-known exchanges. And most importantly, we got a lot of users and actually applications that using our network to tokenize the real-world asset. I will talk about that part later, but as you guys see that there are a lot of assets like wine cask or the gin bottle or the gemstones that are actually can use IoT, use DePIN to monetize and to map them to the NFT ecosystem as part of the real-world asset. Yeah, so our team here is actually very global. We're from like more than 23 countries. And mainly we're coming from Polkadot ecosystem and the ZK Sync team. So that's why we're building a ZK rollup on the top of Arbitrum, because we see that the zero knowledge proofs have a lot of potential use cases for IoT and for DePIN. And there are a lot of actually already projects using ZK proofs to make sure that there are a lot of applications to be used. For example, I think a lot of you have already heard the WorldCoin. So they're using this kind of eyeball scanner that to use your eyeball iris data to submit proofs to blockchain. So actually, so what they are doing is also using the ZK to prove that you have something in real world, but can be tracked on chain. So this is actually something that we have been currently doing, and we have been doing in the last 4 years. So actually, the reason why we are building a layer 3, because we want to extend EVM, we want to extend solidity to the real world. So we are using a consensus called proof of participation, and every blockchain developer that knows solidity, knows how to write a smart contract, can deploy their application on the top of our chain. So all the tokens that already issued, like in all the EVM chains like Binance chain or Polygon or actually Phantom or all the EVM chain can issue and deploy their tokens on the top of our network. And also, our network is compatible with all the ERC-71s. So our business model is really like Ethereum. There are two main applications in our chain. So first of all, every sensors, every real-world hardware that they want to incentivize their people to mine or to build their own community, like a dog tracker or like a bike sensor. So actually, they can easily build a Solidity smart contract and deploy their sensors on the top of our network, and using our connectivity already deployed in 170 countries. So this kind of thing is already happening at this moment in our network. We call it ISO, or Initial Sensor Offering. So this is actually really following what Ethereum made it successful in 2017. If you guys remember ICO at that time, so every crypto projects, they can just issue a token on the top of Ethereum. This makes a lot of things happen very fast, and a lot of communities, they can build their own economy, like gamify or socialify or whatever they want on the top of Ethereum. So we are extending Ethereum from our layer 3. So our layer 3 is on the top of Arbitrum. So this kind of layer 3 will be actually extending the Ethereum idea to make token issuance much more easier than all the other alternatives, like you're going to use your own chain, or you're going to use your own Wi-Fi or SIM card systems to issue your tokens. We make it very easy to compatible with the Ethereum ecosystem. You can bridge USDT, DAI, USDC, any Ethereum compatible things to our chain and start to build your liquidity pool, start to boost your token, and start to boost your liquidity and connectivity already there in our layer 3, in our ZK EVM, because we're Ethereum compatible and 100% layer type 1 Ethereum, because this is much more easier to deploy any smart contract. So this is one thing that we're focusing on, is to support sensors, to support the hardware owners. They have their own community to issue tokens on our network. And another thing is we're helping the communities and the real world collectible owners to tokenize their IoT asset. So this kind of IoT asset is ERC-71 compatible thing. It can be bridged to Arbitrum, can be bridged to Optimism, can be bridged to IoTX chain, can be built to any other chains that they are 100% can be checked, backed by real world asset, like a gin, like a whiskey cask I just showed there, and also at the gemstone level. So they are really hosting like a gemstone or diamond. So this kind of thing is already online in our mainnet. If everyone visits nft.mxc.com, you guys will see that there are a lot of things already. We're using our infrastructure, our IoT layer, and nft.mxc.com, we are already tokenizing this kind of thing using our network. So with these two focuses, that is really following what Ethereum's vision, what Ethereum wants to bring to the world. So we combine them with the real world connectivity and real world assets and what we are going to use them. So the third point is to mint IoT stablecoins. So this is also something that you guys see that we're going to make the decentralized stablecoin backed by real world things. So this is something that could be very interesting in the whole Ethereum ecosystem. Because right now, if you check the MakerDAO, or if you check the other algorithm stablecoins, actually they're backed by either Ether or MakerDAO right now wants to purchase the T-bills to back their, actually they're making the USDC to back their DAIs, right? But actually we are proposing something in our layer 3. We are proposing something that much more interesting using DePIN, using IoT sensors, using this kind of hardware, actually to prove that you have this kind of real world asset that could back an IoT stablecoin. So this is something that actually we see Ethereum, MakerDAO, and DAI already make a lot of efforts and already make things that happening with the treasury bonds, with the USDCs. But in MXC, so we're going to extend this kind of thing a step further. It's just like I remember IoT X stuff, just put a picture there, put a bar chart there. We see that the crypto market is a little bit, and the real estate market is bigger. But the real world asset market, like the banner just showed, is 3.5 trillion. It's going to be very big, the real world asset that can be tokenized and connected through the network, through our networks, through any DePIN network that currently you guys are building, can be used to back the stablecoin, can be used to provide a proof on chain that you have this kind of thing, and they are there, and you can redeem anytime. So this kind of stablecoin will be much more better than the treasury bonds backed or than the USDC backed, because right now you still don't know that whether they can pull the Silicon Valley banks money out or not, right? So actually we can just to check whether the gemstones are there or not, or whether the shoes are there, sneakers, or whether the gemstones are there or not, and you can move them, you can redeem them, you can actually check them on chain and in real world anytime. So this is something that's why we are the layer 3. We launched a layer 3 on the Ethereum mainnet, and we're going to extend this kind of thing to the real world. Yeah, and the future that you guys will see, there will be a lot of new projects launching on our ZK EVM, on our layer 3 network. So on the right side, it's just mock-up, but it's already online. If you guys want to check, swap.mxc.com and nft.mxc.com. So it's already there. So the two marketplaces are the main applications that we will see in the next few months, and also in the next years, that will make MXC network something that's very unique in the Ethereum and also in the DePIN ecosystem. There will be a lot of sensor tokens launching on the swap to do an initial sensor offerings. And this kind of tokens, they will be much more understandable than a meme coin, because there are a lot of this kind of projects I see that doing play to earn and let you to ride a bike or swim, then you can earn the tokens, right? So I think this kind of projects, there will be more and more, and we already got a lot of applications. We are already arranging a lot of this kind of sensor tokens launching on our platform. And also on the NFT side, so there will be a lot of real-world asset. You couldn't imagine that there will be a shark tooth project that are going to launch launch an NFT, a real-world collectible on our marketplace, and to use our IoT, to use our DePIN infrastructure to prove that. And also, and the next step is we will launch our stablecoin with these NFTs, with these sensor tokens, because without them, without this kind of ecosystem projects, so this stablecoin can't be backed. Because as we see that our industry is still very, very small, but we need such a lot of ecosystem players. We need such a lot of people who really have this kind of collectibles, who really own this kind of gemstones or whiskey cask or gins, this kind of companies. They need to join this kind of movement, and in order to back this world, the most stable coin. That is something that is already ongoing. So we will see a lot of projects with the NFTs and with the sensors will launch on our platform. And also, we are already scaling Arbitrum with zero knowledge proofs. So one thing that is very, very important and why we are using ZK is you guys know that, so DePIN, the IoT networks have one very big problem is the locations. Right? So if you are going to submit your locations, whether you want to tell people that you are actually in Paris and in this district and in this room, but without proving, without showing that you are in Paris, how do you prove that you are here? So this is something that actually we are giving a solution to the world, is that we can use ZK as a proof that without revealing that you are actually where in Paris, but you can prove that you're in Paris. And this kind of thing can be used in an NFT to tell the world that actually I'm here in Paris, and it's on chain, and everyone can check that. Also, we will see that a lot of this kind of word coin projects will also use this kind of thing along with us to prove that, okay, you are a human being, you already scanned your eyeballs, and this kind of proof is already there with the location there. Because this kind of location data is very, very sensitive and also very, very important, because if you guys check WorldCoin's application, so they want to enable the airdrops to the real human beings in the world, right? So they want to push everyone here to scan their eyeballs and to submit proofs to the EVM chain. But one important problem to solve is a location. So they want to only drop to the non-US residents, right? So non-US residents, this is a very, very broad definition. How do you prove that you are a non-US resident, right? So this kind of thing can only use our network, can use our ZK proofs to do this kind of thing, to see that, hey, right now you are, even though, yeah, I believe that a lot of people here are hosting US passport. It doesn't matter. But actually, if you proved with the WorldCoin, but you can prove that you are not in US at this moment, right? So at this moment, then someone can use this kind of proofs to drop you a coin, their own customized coin or their own IoT meme coins or something like that. But the most important thing, first of all, you need to scan your eyeballs to prove that you're human beings. And secondly, you need to use our network to prove that you are not in the States. You're somewhere like in France, somewhere in Paris. So this is something that would be very interesting and important to use our network to see that how the Ethereum can be extended to the real world, and this kind of proofs can circulate on all the EVM compatible chain through the cross-chain communication between the EVMs, and then make the data available to be read and to be written by anyone else in the system. So yeah, 20 minutes passed very fast. So I think if you guys want to exchange more information or want to launch your token or want to launch your NFTs on our network, we can have a talk, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Sheen. Next up, we have got our real-world asset panel. So it's going to be moderated by Giuseppe, who's in the back here. But it's basically talking about real-world assets, things like real estate, treasury bills, anything that exists in the real world that has value, and getting that on-chain. So with that, I'll welcome up Giuseppe and all of the panelists, Eugene, David, Rob, and Benjamin.
Cool, thanks, Connor. All right, guys, make your way. I'll take my sparkling water. I'll sit next to you, sir. Sure, yeah. Awesome, cool. Do we want more waters maybe? You guys thirsty? You're good? Okay, nice. Well, thank you. Thanks everybody, for making it. I'm actually really excited about this panel. I mean, we've been speaking through the event a little bit, right? And yeah, let's see what comes out of this. I'd like to, spark maybe some conversations in between us. Doesn't have to be, one question for each of us. But let's maybe start with just a round of introductions. And Dave and Eugene, if you want to grab mics as well. Awesome. So, I mean, I'll start with mine. That's easy. I don't matter too much. I'm Giuseppe. I'm a DevRel at IoTeX. Yeah, I mean, I've been hosting a little bit or emceeing a little bit of this event. And now I'm here as a moderator. And I'd like to talk about real-world assets, how each of you guys and the projects that you represent is actually tackling this new category maybe of assets into the DeFi space and the DePIN space. We'll talk a little bit about the present, maybe a little bit about the future as well, and where you see this heading. So yeah, let's go around and introduce ourselves. Maybe I start with you, Rob, and then we just go counterclockwise.
Thank you very much,
Sure.
Giuseppe. Yeah, and it's a pleasure to join you guys on stage. Yeah, I'm from Alchemy Pay. My name's Rob. I represent Alchemy Pay today, and we are a fiat crypto payment gateway, so on and off ramping. So we actually have a widget that is integrated by various platforms and dApps, including IoTeX, so that people can easily purchase crypto or the tokens they need to use a service, because all of these DePIN projects tend to have a token at the heart of them and giving utility to the token. So we're really supporting the accessibility to that token so that people don't have to go to a platform that maybe they've been recommended and then realize, right, now I need to understand everything about crypto. You can simply use the widget on the platform, and it's a much more direct experience. It also, I think, really supports not only what these guys are doing, but also the wider ethos of Web3, which is the idea that users have custody of their own tokens. So by using a payment gateway such as ours, the token is sent directly to the user. So in just one step, they go from having fiat funds to having crypto in their wallet that they have custody of. So we also have MasterCard, a crypto-funded MasterCard, and we can set that up for any token to be able to fund that MasterCard, which is really an awesome new service. And we also have an NFT checkout as well, which maybe is not so relevant here, but these are the things we do. So anything that moves between fiat and crypto, that's what we're doing.
Awesome.
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's cool. I mean, we'll definitely talk more about that. There is a lot that I'd like to unpack, but let's just go around for now, and then we'll start passing the ball. So yeah, Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'm Ben. I'm business development lead at Matrixport. Matrixport is one of the largest digital asset financial service providers. We're based out of Asia, but have a global presence. And we've, beginning of the year, launched a new business unit under the brand MatrixDoc, which is focusing on tokenizing real-world assets. And the first product that we've rolled out is tokenized UST bills. So basically a way to get the risk-free rate on-chain. And we've now close to 100 million TVL there. And I've launched this on ETH mainnet, but obviously expanding it into the ecosystem.
Sweet. Thank you for that. And again, we'll get more in just a sec. David, what about you?
Yeah, so I am the Web3 lead for Vodafone Group. So we're an international telco with 160 million IoT devices, 400 million handsets or connected smartphones throughout the world. I'm also co-founder of a platform called Digital Asset Broker, which is really looking at how we can connect these devices, how we can connect cellular to blockchain and Web3 to utilize things like tokens and DeFi and other Web3 capabilities. So really excited about this. In terms of real-world assets, I'll talk about the world of IoT. So like IoTex, there's forecast to be 30 billion IoT devices in the next few years. We believe that they are assets. We believe that the data they produce are also assets. And we believe that tokenization can be key to monetizing them. So yeah, looking forward to the discussion.
Nice, yeah, I'm looking forward to this as well. And yes, Eugene, what about you?
Hey guys, yes, Open Eden is the world's first T-bill smart contract vault that brings US Treasury bills on-chain in a 24/7 manner. So you can buy, sell T-bill tokens 24/7 on-chain without waiting for US trading hours. So we've built this with a compliance-first architecture. It's a very scalable and seamless experience that we've built. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. And so yeah, maybe let's spice it up. Let's start with you, Eugene, right? So let's talk a little bit more about the T-bill. What problem are you guys solving? Why did you emphasize this 24 hours a day? And how does blockchain play a part into what Open Eden is doing?
Yeah, so maybe I'll break this down into a couple of parts. The first part will be why US Treasury. So I think, number one, we have from FTX to Luna, right? So there is massive mistrust in the centralized world. That's one. Number two, you have choke point 2.0 in the US with crypto banks being asked to shut down. So a lot of companies cannot access crypto brokerages and banks. The third thing is USDC DPEC. That was a big scare amongst a lot of crypto startup companies and VC funds. So naturally, that gave us the idea of building a massive pain point for a lot of crypto VCs, DAOs, and treasuries where they want to access risk-free rate on-chain without the pain point of having to KYC, AML with brokerages and banks and can't get access to. The second part, why 24/7? Well, we have streaming music in the form of Spotify. You have streaming videos in the form of YouTube. You have streaming data in the form of the internet. But money and assets, mind you, they're not streaming. So we are trying to propagate what the DeFi user experience is to really allow anybody to buy, sell T-bill tokens 24/7. So by allowing, the USP in us versus a lot of our peers is not in the ability to distribute, not in the ability to tokenize a great product, but the ability to build a vault that we have an IP that allow people to buy, sell 24/7. So that's giving users the DeFi user experience. And why blockchain? Number one, by allowing people to subscribe to T-bill tokens 24/7, atomically, you reduce settlement risk. In traditional funds, when you invest in a fund, it typically takes T+1 or end of month, where potentially there may be issues because the fund admin may screw up, they may miss the bank account. So you reduce settlement risk. Number two, you reduce intermediaries, right? With a smart contract vault, you reduces third-party agents, like settlement agents, like fund administrators, and you get to offer a product seamlessly. The third thing is, transaction risk. Well, in the case of subscribing to a fund, you may subscribe in a wrong account, a wrong product, whatnot. So you don't just reduce the time to subscribe in a product, you reduce the costs, you reduce the settlement risks. So by using blockchain, we have uncovered and reduced all these risks and all this time and all this effort tremendously. So that's really the beauty of blockchain. And more importantly, something that none of these products can offer is the real-time transparency. Because the minting and redemption happens on-chain, we're integrated with, in the next 3 weeks, for the very first time, with Chainlink, we are able to allow any third party to cryptographically verify that the T-bill tokens are indeed 100% backed by underlying T-bills. It's a key, so no longer do we have to trust Goldman or Deutsche Bank, where I'm from, was from, because they say that, hey, your statement owns X amount of Tesla. But for the very first time, any third party can verify, and I actually think that's the holy grail of blockchain, to offer transparency and not have to rely on a third party to verify those assets. And that, in my opinion, is something that is a breakthrough for the real-world tokenization space today.
Amazing. I mean, yes, we're sort of like, finally, for the first time, all the pieces are coming together, and we're maybe, I don't know, flipping the economical system in a way, or maybe, flipping completely the status quo. So that's interesting. Yeah, thank you for that. Let's maybe keep going this way, but guys, feel free to interrupt each other at any time. So David, let's talk about, you briefly mentioned the digital asset broker, right? So let's get a little bit deeper into that, and let's expand on its current applications, maybe vision. How do you see this? And yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this real world implications.
I mean, I'll perhaps start by giving some context to this. Why? So when I give my talks, I put up a slide, and it shows 8 billion smartphones projected by 2030. 4.5, or I think it's 5.6 billion digital wallets, not crypto wallets, but digital wallets. 30 billion IoT devices, 320 million crypto wallets, right? So what is it actually showing is that the adoption of blockchain is relatively small, right? And then you look at the story of the year, which is generative AI. We all know first 6 weeks, 100 million people started using it, and that's increasing dramatically. So why is blockchain, despite the fact we turn up to these conferences, not getting the mainstream adoption? And I believe that it's not getting the mainstream adoption because it's ignoring the mainstream. Right? And we actually want everybody to come to a platform or a protocol and do everything on that protocol. And I can tell you from, coming from an enterprise, that we've forward spent 5 to 7 years on our technology, 5 to 7 years in terms of our IT strategies. So the key thing will be convergence, integration, and interoperability. And essentially what we're doing with the digital asset broker is trying to be that. So we're trying to act as a bridge, and Leo, who was here before, the same thing, so act as a bridge between the industrial world, the industrial Internet of Things, and blockchain. We started this digital asset broker platform, I think 4 years ago. We launched in 2022, February 2022. We now have 160 million IoT devices on the platform. I believe it's already the biggest sort of blockchain of its kind in terms of ecosystem. And that's just the beginning, right? We're now looking to get the other telecommunications companies on board, in which case we'll start moving into the billions pretty quickly. The project is about converging the enterprise world, the business world, the conventional world with Web3. I firmly, personally believe that the future of technology, the future of effectiveness, is how we put these things together. AI, blockchain, Web3, conventional ERP, SaaS technologies, cloud, working together in the most effective way is the future. So that's what we're about. So we're about connecting the business world, the enterprise world, the IoT devices, their data with blockchain.
Awesome. And yeah, I mean, I was just talking with somebody downstairs, and we can start really seeing this converging of all these different technologies together, sort of cooking up the perfect storm, right? Interesting. Let's then go to Benjamin, right? So we are. Let's talk maybe, when we talked earlier, you were saying, we also have Open Eden, maybe something similar in terms of what you guys are offering. Let's talk about differences instead. And, going back to what David was saying, how do we make Web3 easier? How do create more mass adoption? And how do make the whole experience just much more streamlined so that we don't ignore the mainstream?
Yeah, no, I think those are very good questions, and completely echo what Eugene was saying before in terms of like the market opportunity for tokenizing T-bills. If you look at like right now, we've got over 100 billion of dollars worth of fiat-backed stablecoins out there, and in essence, these assets are backed ideally by U.S. government securities. So it's an easy thought process for any holder to ask like where the yield goes for these underlying securities, and so I think that's a testament to like how much opportunities market has. In terms of like specifics, so we've chosen the route of building the product with DeFi native liquidity. So we've created a curve pool which has about close to 20 million of liquidity now, where you can instantly swap stablecoins against our token, and then the interest rebasing mechanism, I guess, is a similar way. So it's a way that you can translate that risk-free rate on chain. What Eugene mentioned in terms of like transparency is very important. So yeah, there is a Chainlink proof of reserve oracle that's live already, and we're gonna have an announcement of that soon. And then in terms of like accessibility, this is a token that obviously requires KYC and whitelisting because it touches US government securities. But that's on a token level, the way that we designed it. So it's easy to integrate in other DeFi projects because the KYC restrictions and transfer restrictions are on a token level.
Awesome. And I mean, for example, David was talking about, all these gigantic numbers of devices going on chain. You're talking about T-bill. We're all talking about real world assets, but maybe what's next after T-bill?
I mean, obviously, like you can expand this to other financial assets, right? There's no reason why you should be stopping at the risk-free rate, the U.S. government. You can expand this to other asset classes, like equities. You can go further down the risk curve with investment-grade bonds. You can go lateral diversified with other currencies. You can put on JGBs, although they yield negative, so that might be a bit challenging.
What about real estate?
You can do real estate as well, yeah, exactly. It's a bit more difficult because if you use existing securities, then they already exist in the virtual version. Whereas real estate is, I guess you are unlocking it or you fractionalizing it with tokens. So that creates a few more, I guess, legal hurdles to how you deal with that. But with all these questions, the fundamental question at heart is, technically it's very easy to do. The big problem is whether the on-chain ownership of the token actually then results into off-chain property rights. And that's a legal question depending on which jurisdiction you're in.
Yeah. And I mean, then it goes into like all sorts of like maybe, I don't know, relying on certain entities to enforce certain things and maybe single points of failures down the line or points of trust. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure like Eugene will echo that part. Like the product we built in essence looks very similar to a fiat-backed stablecoin. But because the yield is actually shared with the holders, it's treated completely differently from a regulatory perspective, and so that makes life a bit difficult.
Yeah, I think you were gonna say something, Eugene. Or?
Yeah, I mean the market opportunity is massive. We're talking about $130 billion of stablecoin out there, so there can be a couple of us, right? There are more than 10 investment banks around the world, so I welcome more entrants in this space because I think every firm is building it differently and with different go-to-market, and I think it's not one size fits all. You have an iPhone, you have a Samsung, you have an Android. We're not going to marry the same person, are we? Right? So it's important that we embrace real-world asset tokenization. I think what's interesting is how we're going to scale this product from a tech, from a regulatory standpoint. I think that's challenging from a regulatory standpoint, especially given what we've seen globally. But I think if you crack the tech, you crack the regulatory part, you get stablecoins 2.0, interest-bearing stablecoins on-chain. And I think that's the version 2, and that's the next cycle in the next stablecoin maturity.
Nice. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. And, yeah, and so talking about, you know, how do we make it easy for people? You mentioned that, Rob, just earlier, right?
In terms of accessibility, you know, that's what we're doing. And actually, David mentioned the idea of a protocol should be able to do everything. You know, so we are part of that tech stack. We're the payment infrastructure. I think in most businesses outside of Web3, you would expect to have some sort of, if you're selling something, so in this case it would be a token, or you know, a token needs to be bought to use the protocol, you would expect to have a checkout directly on that platform. It seems to be only in, not only in crypto, but in crypto specifically, people are used to the idea of an exchange. But in the world of DePIN, in the world of Internet of Things, then you know, you're attracting a lot of people who are not connected to cryptocurrency, who are not au fait with cryptocurrency transactions, wallets, all sorts of things. So if you can cut out as many steps as possible, if you can put the ability to purchase the token directly on the platform that the person wants to use, then of course you have a lot more accessibility, especially when we're talking about a sector which is going to appeal to people outside of crypto, for sure. I also, you know, what Eugene said about, you know, we're using a lot of different networks, we're using a lot of different systems, and actually that's been a major challenge for us. You know, we understood that, like, it's a pretty saturated space, so we can separate ourselves as a fiat crypto provider by supporting as many chains and networks as possible, as many kind of tokens as possible, and we can even do, for small up-and-coming projects, you know, we can set up an isolated liquidity pool, we can sell tokens via that, so they don't need to be listed on a major exchange. So really, it's kind of using a payment gateway directly on a platform or a dApp or an application, you know, is getting us to the point where the technology, you know, it's close to being invisible, right? You don't have to leave and go off to an exchange. You don't have to learn about crypto as much. You can directly be involved. You can just learn from that one platform. You can do it all on the platform that you wanted to use in the first place, and you can learn from that platform, and you can learn crypto using that platform. You know, if you want to have a business, you don't want people leaving your platform. You would rather they could do everything they need to do on that, you know. So, yeah, and then the other thing in terms of accessibility, and again ties in with what Eugene was saying, it's not just in terms of different chains and different tokens, also in terms of people's payment methods. So mobile wallets, we mentioned earlier. How many?
5.6 billion by 2030. I think there's 4.5 billion now.
Okay, so that's good news for us, because that's where one thing we've been really focusing on is, you know, we're being, you know, founded and began in Singapore. Now we have entities in a couple of places around the world, including in Europe. But from starting out in Asia, we understood the appeal of mobile wallets, of domestic bank transfers, of domestic payment systems. Now, obviously, it's cheaper. You've got a much higher success rate for your transactions. And ultimately, in Southeast Asia, people are not using Visa and MasterCard. You know, they are using, you know, Gcash, for example, has, what, 70 million users in the Philippines, right? Something like that. You've got Pix in Brazil, which is 120 million users. You know, so yeah, exactly. These APMs, alternative payment methods, don't seem so alternative these days. You know, so these are all things that we've thought about in terms of trying to give ourselves a specific, you know, strength in the marketplace, in what is quite a saturated space. But I do think that the payment gateways are really going to give exchanges a run for their money over the next few years, much more direct.
Yeah, hopefully we don't miss the adrenaline rush of initiating a transaction and with the possibility that you maybe lose everything.
Don't want to take the fun out.
Old times, yeah. Sweet. So we have about, let's say, like about 7 minutes, no pressure. But I wanted to reel this back into DePIN a little bit, right? So we're talking about, David, for example, you were talking about, all these, bringing on-chain all these devices. We talked about SIMs when we chatted earlier. Let's maybe talk about that. I mean, I see, obviously, any sort of like mobile device is the most immediate device that everybody uses. Having access to, connecting these guys on-chain for any sort of like DePIN project, for any sort of like sensor computation capabilities that they have, it could be massive, right?
No, absolutely. I think the numbers are there. So 8 billion smartphones by 2030, 30 billion IoT devices. I think myself and some of the guys at IoTex were saying 70 billion. It didn't happen. It's 30 billion. But yeah, it's an immense amount of devices. And I think the volumes are impressive, but also the potential, because these devices are basically linked to heavy industry. So you call it the industrial metaverse or big industry or industry 5.0. But this is where the future of manufacturing and heavy industry is, right? And digital twins are taking off in a really big way. Digital twins are about creating a virtual version of a physical asset, and then it's serviced by data. So you have a real world link with the data. Now this is with what we're doing to connect devices to the chain, it positions blockchain to be the economy of this new industrial world. And that's where the real big adoption is going to come from. I do believe that tokenization is the killer app for blockchain as well as digital ID. I think they will work together with wallets as well. But for blockchain to really take off in industry, and it has been happening behind the scenes over the last 3-4 years. Being a part of this business conversation, this industry conversation, is absolutely massive. And then from that, once you've got the devices and big industry participating in the Web3 blockchain arena, then you can start to sell them tokenizing their assets and DeFi for the machinery, etc. But you've got to get them in. And I believe that the link between SIM, connected devices, and blockchain is the way. And that's the first step.
Yeah, 100%. And I see DePIN as sort of like partially an evolution of DeFi in a way, right? So what do we do with like all this massive amount of like machine data? Can it be tokenized? Can it be collateralized in some sort of like DeFi fashion? Super interesting stuff. Yeah.
No,
go for it.
can I just? Do you think this will be on a multi-chain? Is it public chains, private chains? How do you envision?
It's going public, right? So that's the way it's going. We're in an interim period. I think we were discussing earlier where you have permission public. So it's the route some of us in industry have taken to get past our security guys. And you have a permission chain, but actually you're using that as a middleware to go to public. And you have public permission, which is where the public blockchains are finding a secure position where we feel comfortable to have a permission layer within a public blockchain. But it's going public, and I think this just speaks to the conversation that layer 1 and layer 2 is part of infrastructure. It's just going to be part of infrastructure. The point I was making earlier is how blockchain, crypto, tokens links with fintech, open banking, etc. And that's where you start to really make progress. Yep. And I think that's what's failed to happen, but that's what's going to happen in the next 2-3 years, in my view.
Yeah, agreed. And we only have a couple minutes left, but I wanted to hear Eugene's thoughts on it real quick. And then, we'll just quickly wrap it up.
The bull market, or
it's
more interesting to talk about, I guess.
Let's talk about the bull market.
Well, let's talk about that, right? So,
honestly, why, right?
Yeah, let's talk about bull markets. I think regardless, I think a lot of people have been questioning tokenization isn't a fresh idea, isn't eureka moment like, hey, Ben and I or folks here, let's tokenize the world tomorrow, right? It's been around since a long time. In 2017 when I first got into crypto, people were tokenizing, and the buzzword was STOs, right? But today it's RWA. I think it's, well, we can debate whether RWA or STO sounds better, but I think it's all the same thing. I think right now, if you think about .com, right? You have pets.com. You have a lot of great companies, but I think it's really the timing, the environment, the context where these businesses are being built. So I think all these ideas around tokenization is great, but we are in an environment where we have a rising interest rate. The absence of concept of cash management is absent in crypto. Everybody's always thinking about making 20, 30, 40%, but 2022, last year has taught us a lot of things. This year has taught us a lot of things. That's changed. Number 3, institutionalization. You look at BlackRock, you look at these guys, filing their ETFs. You look at Deutsche Bank filing for custody. It's clear. Institutions want to be involved, and tokenization is the easiest, lowest hanging fruit for them to justify to their boards to get involved. And this is why, and I'm not going to, obviously in my view, and this is not financial advice, I actually think that we possibly have seen the bottom. And I think that regardless...
Sorry, I'm just going to get my wallet out.
By now.
No, regardless whether it's a bull or bear market, asset tokenization, whether interest rate is going to be 2% today or tomorrow, or whether interest rate is going to be 8%, cash management as a concept will continue to prevail. Tokenization as a concept will continue. And the bull market, in my opinion, the ETFs, whether it's today, tomorrow, it's not if, but it's when. Okay? Number 2, you have the halving next year, April. Number 3, because I'm a founding partner of a high-frequency trading company called DWF Labs, so we invest in a lot of games. And a lot of games are coming to go live. They typically take about 2 years to go live. So Q4, Q1, there'll be a lot of games, right? And I think games are going to bring a lot of mainstream adoption as well. And with all of that, I think we're going to see a really structurally better market for the next few months.
Thanks for the financial advice, Eugene. That was great. Sure. I mean, I feel we could take over that stage and just keep on going, but I think we have to, give room to the next panel. Otherwise, I could have stayed and talked to you guys for the whole afternoon. But thank you for your time. Maybe we do another one at some point. I feel this was brief and intense, and there is a lot more to unpack. But
yeah,
sweet.
Yeah, and hopefully next time when we talk about RWA, we'll actually break it into the sectors, because I think the term is just too big. So in future, I think people won't refer to it as RWA, but as whatever assets you're actually tokenizing.
Real world with attitude. Nice. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good to meet you, by the way. I don't think we have. No. All right. Thank you, everyone, for paying great attention. We've got another panel up here next with 4 investors, moderated by Mihai Grigor, who's the head of Web3 protocol research at Messari. So they'll be talking about innovative crypto startups they're investing in, as well as real-world use cases those startups are building. So Mihai, please come to the stage.
It's like me saying hi to you. It's like Chinese. It's almost, yeah.
Yeah, it's really like Chinese. Did you write the DePIN?
Oh, really? Nice meeting you.
I'm Chelsea.
Good that you joined.
Oh yeah, thank you. We're like very last minute. Thanks for having me.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our investor panel. I hope everybody's well caffeinated and you got a little bit refreshed on this summer day in Paris. I'm Mihai. I lead Web3 protocol research with Masari, and I focus on Web3 infrastructure and DePIN in particular. I've seen some people in the coffee area asking about what is DePIN, so they were still thinking about what is that acronym. So maybe for the rest of us who are still not familiar with the term, so it stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network. And if you're wondering when this term was coined, it was actually in December 2022. It was actually Masari that organized a survey putting different acronyms for the field, and ultimately DePIN was chosen as the term for the sector. So I'm very happy to be joined today by 4 panelists. And yeah, to start things off, I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourself briefly and also to present to us your main investment thesis. So Chelsea, let's start with the ladies first.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me. So I'm Chelsea from Foresight Ventures. We're pretty much Web3 token fund. DePIN is very interesting. It's the most important thing for me is like physical infrastructure. And for us, like when I say Web3 crypto, it means like we really care about a life, like incentives, meaning that like tokens, and that's why we are looking into DePIN, because this is how you incentivize to build like the infrastructure. And we think this is pretty interesting. I check out like the demo room, and there's a lot of like real assets, and then we think like blockchain is very early because right now blockchain is actually accessing very limited information, and like real world assets IoT is like trying to, I guess, let the blockchain communicate with the real world, and that's something we are really interested in, and I think there's a lot of like potential there, and we just like happy to look into like projects there. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, this is Salvador Gracia. I'm the partner at Borderless. We have the only dedicated DePIN fund, and well, for me, this industry is revolutionary because it's one of the few in Web3 that is bringing exogenous value into the blockchain, and very tangible also. Everybody's able to understand what's Wi-Fi networks, IoT, or 5G. So I think that's the most radical potential also, to be able to deploy infrastructure, crowdsourcing the CapEx, which is also very important, and being able to distribute infrastructure globally without frontiers, so borderless.
My name is Regan Bozeman. I'm a partner at a fund called Lattice. We've been backing companies like in the DePIN space for at least the past 2 years. We were early investors in Demo. I think Rob was on a panel here, and we've since invested in a few other companies. I think for us, this is one of the few categories where there is like some tangible product market fit, and you've seen products like Helium scale to a pretty meaningful size, at least on the supply side. And yeah, as you mentioned, I think like really tokens is kind of like a true like foundational innovation. CapEx is a business model. It's very interesting to us.
Hey everyone, I'm Sal Gala. I'm one of the founders of Escape Velocity. We're a venture fund focused almost exclusively on decentralized physical infrastructure. We are really short, high-level thesis is that blockchains are something really cool. They're computers that can make commitments, so anyone can connect to the internet and interact with a computer that you know how it's going to act and come back to. We think of DePIN as anything that lets people interact with real-world infrastructure in a trustless way. It's infrastructure that can make commitments, and so we think over a multi-decade time horizon, like all the infrastructure in the world is going to be a lot fairer, more decentralized, more resilient, because it's going to learn a lot of the lessons that the crypto community has built in decentralizing computers and apply it to real-world infrastructure.
All right, thanks a lot for presenting your investment thesis. Now let's take it from theory into practice. And I'm going to ask each of you to pinpoint one use case that is most relevant for you that uses Web3 infrastructure, DePIN, where that use is actually better than Web2 infrastructure. So maybe Alvaro, let's start with you.
Okay, so I will talk about RTK networks. The term is probably a bit technical. There's this project GeoNet that we just let around that I want to showcase in this case. I think it's a perfect application of the DePIN model. Most of the things is because it needs very distributed infrastructure geographically. This application also needs to have base stations basically everywhere with a distance between each other optimally of around 20 kilometers. So if you imagine the amount of investment that needs to be done in order to perfect this use case is massive. And if we factor in the location costs, that's something that is unattainable for a regular company. So the DePIN model brings a huge competitive advantage. GeoNet is able to decrease the error of GPS sensors from 1 to 2 meters to 1 to 2 centimeters. So that's a massive improvement for many technologies like autonomous cars, agtech, constructions. The technology is already being used since the 90s, but because of the DePIN model, we are going to be able to, and it's already growing very quickly. There's already 3,300 base stations of these already working. But I'm sure that with this model, we're going to be able to have a global RTK network and provide all these services for a very, very near future where most of the lawns are going to be with autonomous lawn mowers. We're going to have autonomous cars, and we're going to need these solutions very, very quickly. So I'm very bullish on that use case. And obviously, I have to mention 5G. I think it's also very, very good application for DePIN. Because me coming from the telco world, I know that it's extremely costly to deploy that infrastructure that needs a lot of density, because the difference between LTE and 5G is that the coverage is much lower, so you need to deploy a lot more antennas, and the current model is just impossible for telcos to achieve full 5G coverage. So I'm very bullish also on that other use case. Sorry, I said two.
Regan?
Yeah. I mean, I think in general, just any network where you need to hit some scale before it's valuable for people to actually consume the data, tokens and DePIN more generally can be a much better business model than exists today. So I mentioned Demo, which is a portfolio company in my last conversation. Essentially, they're a decentralized mobility company, and so they basically have a device where you can plug into your car and stream real-time auto data out of that. And actually, in a lot of new models, you don't even need a physical device. You stream it directly via an API. And without a ton of money and in a pretty quick order, they already have 15,000 vehicles that are streaming data 24/7 to their network. And they've actually started to build something that's interesting for consumers of this data much quicker and with much less money than someone ever could have in a kind of traditional sense. And so I think it's just a very kind of clean example of why tokens is like a capital formation innovation, or it's a really interesting model.
I'll double down on Alvaro's comment on 5G, which we think is, in my opinion, one of the biggest industries that's really well suited for this idea of DePIN and shared infrastructure. To give a bit more context on the problem, how telco networks were built, say in the 90s, is full stack. One company went and deployed a tower somewhere, then they went and put their own radios on there. They have their own contractors, and every company had to replicate this. And that's why if you're in the US, maybe AT&T will have coverage somewhere and Verizon won't, or vice versa. And the natural question to ask yourself is why doesn't everyone just have coverage everywhere? Why don't they share these resources? The economics pushed you that way, and this is how the industry evolved basically with towers. Nowadays, you have separate tower companies that go and lease to all three or four telcos, depending on which country you are. So you have one tower, and you'll have a Verizon radio, an AT&T radio. If you're in France, you'll have an Orange radio, an SFR radio, whatever it is. The idea behind DePIN and 5G is that we already sort of have shared towers. Now we really want to have shared radios as well. That's the next big CapEx deployment piece of the tower stack, of the telco stack, that you have to decentralize. And right now, again, like, it makes no sense. As a society, we have one tower and we have 3 different radios on top of each other that are all operating potentially on same frequencies, on different frequencies. There's a lot of shared, a lot of excess capacity that doesn't get utilized there. And so DePIN is this model where we have one radio, and as long as we all agree on open standards for everyone and the incentives are correctly designed from the beginning, sort of like any user can go and benefit from that radio. We don't need to triple the work for everything. And so, yeah, I think we're really excited about 5G or in general connectivity, providing internet connectivity as a use case for DePIN, and 5G is kind of like the most acute, hardest to build in the traditional method, and so it's a place where DePIN really shines, in my opinion.
I think it's pretty common to see like the consensus on like 5G using like token as incentives to replace this upfront cost, and also blockchain is very interesting for the interoperability and the information sharing across like on-chain. That's why like I guess like the full economy like vehicle, because IoT is already producing tons of like informations, but like how do you let them to communicate? So blockchain is an interesting kind of like a backend or in like the infrastructure to provide that kind of information flow, I guess, like smart home and everything. But like for us, like we probably a little bit more like crypto. Like I think what we're excited more about is more about like AI. I know like a lot of people talk about AI, but what we've actually already published like the research in terms of like a decentralized computing resource in a way that I know everybody talk about like large language models and everything, but the real thing, because we think about is like to support all the models, small or big, like all the like billions of parameters, you really need computing resources to train the models, to make the models to predictions and everything. And we think like decentralized computing resources is actually more like kind of needed for like actually large language models. And like but there is a lot of like challenges, like really big challenges, like bandwidth, like communication overheads. It's huge. It's really hard. However, we do think there's a lot of potential there, just like zero knowledge, right? Like a couple of years ago, everybody doesn't believe that you can actually use it, but right now we see so much progress in the fields, in the like research, and it's actually possible. So I guess giving this kind of advancement, all the capital, all the resources, pouring the talents going to like AI and blockchain, we might see this like sooner than we expected. So like decentralized computer resources is actually what we're really excited about it, kind of in the next stage, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah, these are all very exciting use cases. But then at the same time, I have to bring it on the table that not everything is rosy in the DePIN world. So let me address the elephant in the room. So we do have falling token prices relative to historical high for the DePIN sector. And more and more DePIN protocols have been asking themselves how to incentivize the supply side of the network. And the question for you is, have you seen any sustainable ways of DePIN protocols to be able to incentivize the supply side of the network? And Sal, you mentioned before the economics part of the equation. So why don't you start first?
Yeah, I think tokenomics they have to be engineered for what the ultimate use case is. And the most important thing is to build things that have value, though. If you build something that has no value, it's going to be really hard to pull value out of nowhere. You have to steal it from someone by definition. So I think like where the stage of where DePIN is at today is not necessarily that token designs are the hardest thing. You can create vesting schedules around token prices, around dilution, around a lot of different mechanisms. Now, you have to find a way to do it legally. That's the more difficult part. But in terms of building out supply side, it's like finding something useful to do and then convincing investors that it's useful until you can actually build it. And that it's not a crypto-specific problem. That's just called being an entrepreneur. So I don't know that I'm really answering your question, but it's for me, the real thing is build something that's of value that people are going to use. And that's really the key to making it all work. Everything else is gravy.
I really like one example, and we have Manos here. I have to talk about WeatherXM. There's many DePIN protocols that the only incentive for deployment is just earning tokens. It's economical, which is good, right? But when we have falling token prices, bear markets, it kind of weakens the demand of the supply side, right? WeatherXM, in the other hand, these weather stations, you actually need, if you want to have one, it makes more sense to buy a WeatherXM weather station than another one. This one will serve the same purpose, will give you the same information, weather information on your location, wherever you want. And on top of that, as an added value, you will earn tokens. So I really like that model of first utility and then tokens, because in those cases, when there's a bear market, there's still deployment going on.
All right, let's move on to investment decisions. And the question for me, as someone who follows the space very, very closely, I tend to measure everything. And my question for you is, what is your topmost metric or investment criteria that you use when you decide to add DePIN company to your portfolio? And maybe here, let's start with you, Regan.
Yeah, I think for us, like scrappiness really matters a lot, and then like where a founder is coming from. So I think on the scrappiness side, like founders who've kind of found ways to show that there's actually demand for these products without a lot of money, like we value that a lot. And then I think on the like motivation side, like we really try to view things in a long time frame, and we try to work with founders who do. We're not always right on that. But really trying to understand from first principles why a founder, you know, if they've spent 10 years building an IoT network, like why they think this is going to work, and like what lessons they've learned from something like Helium. Because I think especially after like the rocketing of like the H&T price, you saw a lot of founders come in who, whatever, you've been doing like boring IoT shit for 10 years, like, all right, this seems pretty cool, can make a quick buck. But obviously today, that's not the world we live in, and those founders have probably left. And if you invest in those companies, you probably are underwater. So those are really the two biggest things for us.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, well, you're asking a panel of venture capitalists, so we invest before there's any metrics or data, so it's hard to say what metrics you would look at. But I totally agree with Reagan. It's about understanding the team and understanding like why is this founder uniquely qualified to be doing this exact thing, because the world's a competitive place, and when things get good again, like a lot of entrepreneurs come in and jump into crypto, and so you have to build something defensible that you're passionate about, and it really shows when entrepreneurs are scrappy and they prove things with the little amount of resources and everything else that Reagan had mentioned.
So I'm gonna say two. One of them that I really have a lot of respect to is projects that have been bootstrapped really far away. And we have Hotspot here, WeatherXM up to a very good point, yes. GeoNet, the investment that we just did. So there's plenty of projects that have been bootstrapped up to a really, really good point. And you know, from the investor perspective, I think that really shows that there's a lot of consciousness about, you know, expenses and budgeting and a very efficient team and lean team. So I really like that. The other part that I really like is, and more right now in the middle of a bear market, are projects that, you know, don't have a huge ambition. In some sense, Helium, if we look at it, or many other projects, Filecoin, there's many projects in the DePIN space that are extremely ambitious, disrupting not only from the supply side, but also on the technology side, on the demand side. You know, what we said about 5G needs a lot of development, not only on the blockchain side, but also on the telco tech side, on the industry side, on the regulatory side. So, you know, it's a massive feat. I'm sure that it's going to be done. But right now, you know, these projects that don't need so much transformation and more on the regulatory side and on the market side, I really like those. And that's another good point about GeoNet also. On the demand side, that project looks as a Web2 company. And on the supply side, that's a DePIN project. So I really like that.
I think everybody here is great about like the founder is the most important factor, right? Because like a lot of things can change. The business model, like the track, everything can change, but it's almost about the founders. But I think it's like also because being the bear market, I think the hardest thing for founders is kind of the persistent in a way. But also the hardest thing is like giving like different environment, different markets, like how to adapt also like, when do you change? Do you need to change? What's the current situation? Do you need pivot? It's a lot of questions. Actually, that's why I feel like ambition is definitely kind of like the drive, but then how do you keep up? How do you like grind through all the difficult everyday solutions? How do you scale? How do you grow? It's such a lot of problem. And from founder to like from beginning, I would have a dream, and then to actually scale out the team, to like flesh out, to like to execute, it's actually a lot of stuff to go through. So like I think that's like something really, when I see my portfolio, is like when they scale, when they grow, it's a lot of pains, but it's really like the founders has to go through all the pain in order to kind of grow and scale. So yeah, I guess it's a tough job for everyone. Yeah.
All right. So we spoke about the investor perspective. Now let's put ourselves in the shoes of the protocols. And I have to say, I speak with quite a lot of early stage protocols on a regular basis. And there's one recurring topic, especially these years. They're saying that they do have investor interest out there. However, some of them struggle to attract some investors as their lead investors. So the question for you is, what would you advise them? Maybe starting with you, Alvaro.
Oh, why me? So I think as a lead investor, an entrepreneur has to find someone with whom he has a great connection and that really believes as hard as himself on the project. I think that's the first thing. And if you don't find that person, it's better not to fundraise. Just downscale or try other ways, be more efficient with the capital. But if you don't find that point, I think you won't have the quality of investor that you really need. And in our case, when we invest, even if we co-invest, we also do it with a lot of conviction. So that's, I think, the most important part. And also, obviously, finding a lead investor that can give you all the other connections and that can put together a round, bring other investors. I think that's also very important.
I mean, what we do is like an art, right? There's no science. Like, there's no sometimes there's numbers, but like, yeah, we're not. This is not like science-driven investing. It's all about a story. And so I think like the biggest gap in what we see is just like, what story can you tell with like very limited resources, and what can you put together to like really help us understand that there's actual demand for this? To me, that is the biggest gap. Like, no one uses these products at a high level. It's like generally true, right? You look at something like helium, like supply is like done pretty well, but like there's just like not that much demand for these things. So I think as an example, like we don't know anything about GNSS sensors or weather, right? Like we as venture capitalists kind of have to like try to learn on the go. And so to the extent founders can just like give us a really clear story and 10 experts saying they would use this product and like evidence as to like why this would work, just like make it easy for us to say yes, like that's the biggest thing that helps us get over the line.
Yeah, I would just add to explain the like investor incentives behind it a bit. Like the venture capital job is you try to stay alive long enough and you basically get like 10 to 20, 30 if you're really lucky chances to make like life-changing money. And you might get that over 10 years, you might get that over 30 years, you might get it over 50 years, like it doesn't matter. But the game is like stay alive and find people who are like insane outliers. There's just not that many huge companies, and the incremental, like there are people that can manage money for way less risk than anybody on this stage and earn you steady returns. Like that's not what any of us are I think really doing. And so it's like just, keep in mind the investors thinking like, you have to present yourselves as one of the top 20 most impressive people this investor is going to meet in their entire lives. And like that's the bar for being a lead investor for someone. And that involves like building trust. It involves everything what everybody else said about building traction and having a small, or being able to prove a lot of a small amount of resources. But yeah, we as investors have like very limited bullets, and we really have to use them wisely, or else we're all finding new careers, and none of us have, or at least I don't have any functional skills. So like I really got to make this work. And that's the perspective that everyone is taking, is to really shoot for the outliers and find the people that you want to work with for a long, long time.
Yeah, I guess the last piece I can add on to this kind of is really work on the value proposition, meaning that before you pitch, you actually think about like why you and why you are able to do this and why we have to invest in you, like why we have to pick you. And that's all the question is. If you have the answers, I think you communicate well and then you deliver the points. Like you have to make people like basically to understand why invest my money in it and what can I expect out of it, right? Like that's all the ambitions, that's all your capabilities, that's all your stuff. But you have to show it. And like, you know, there are good fundraising skills, but at the same time, I think investors also look at a lot of things. So communication is really important to like talk to people, but also like you have to back it up with like, you know, because limited resources, limited capital, limited time, like we actually take time like to do diligence and everything. So yeah, just like I think do your homework, try prepared, and just be ready to answer all the questions, I guess.
All right. Sally, you mentioned not wasting bullets as an investor. So I'm going to pick on that. And I'm going to ask you guys about some companies that you know and that you've seen they have been having challenges. And the question is how they were able to overcome these. And were you able to help them? Regan, how about we go with you?
Can I go second or third? I'm trying to think of.
Who wants to go first?
So my biggest experience with that was at my time at Telefonica in the corporate venture capital, because you know, in Web3 investing, I haven't found such profound problems as in my period time. So with this one, you know, I was responsible of moving all the wheels inside a huge, more than 100,000 employee telco for making our venture capital investments work inside the group. And that was for me the most challenging work, being able to actually move the politics from the top down to, you know, to open doors, to sign contracts, to advance some of our investments into the processes of such a giant telco.
I'll tell an anonymous story because it's a company that I no longer am in, or I invested in at my old the firm I used to work at. But there's a large crypto wallet provider. Most of you guys in this room probably would have heard of them, that we had invested in, and we invested in the Series B. Literally, spent like maybe a month on diligence, which was a long time back in 2021. The board meeting after we invested, probably 2 days later, they had found out that they lost a key, or they lost one of the shards of the key to one of their customers' hot wallets, which had $20 million in it. They had like sent it to the customer, but the customer never saved it, and it went past the expiration period, whatever. So we were $20 million short. They had just raised the $30 million round. So they were going through the decision of like, holy shit, is our first new round, like first investors, you're walking into a board meeting, it's first time really getting acquainted with the company. We also have these customers who are really important to us, who like our reputation might get tanked. You know, we're a Series B wallet provider. If people hear that we're like losing their funds, even if it wasn't technically our fault, that's pretty existential to just our reputation. And so the first board meeting that I met with this company was this discussion around like, well, should we use 2/3 of the capital we just raised to basically pay back our customers, even though this wasn't our fault? Or should we go and just like basically tell them to fuck off and we like, you know, sorry, like that's life. You read our policies and sucks to suck. I think like the best thing you can ask for as a founder from an investor is like conviction when times are bad, not just when they're good, and to feel comfortable like bringing them bad news, and that they have enough conviction in your idea that they'll be there when shit really hits the fan. And so in that, I think the board's job in that scenario is to tell the founder, like, look, we're in the trust business. Your people are trusting you with their money. That's the only thing that really matters. And even if it's going to cut our runway from like 18 months to 6 months, you really have to stick up for your customers here and basically make them whole. And that's a really tough decision, I think, to make in isolation, especially when you feel like if you feel like your investors are like telling you, you know, it doesn't feel good as a founder to go to investors and say, like, hey, I just spent 2/3 of your money on a mistake that was here before you actually arrived. But it is, I think, the mature, long-term oriented thing to do. And so I think like finding investors who have both the conviction and the time horizon and like that mentality of doing the right thing for the long term is the best, the best way that you can help. There's a lot of things day to day that obviously matter, but being there in the moments that matters is the most important in my opinion.
I've thought a little bit. I think the biggest thing we try to just do is just be honest. And I think like if you just like read the signals on crypto Twitter and like what investors say, like everyone is full of shit. That is my general view, and I think that should be like everyone's assumption. Everyone is talking their book. Maybe an interesting example is like Solana. How many investors who don't own Sol are like shilling this on Twitter? Pretty close to zero, right? And so I think what we do as investors, we are like supporting actors. We are never going to be like what makes a company live or die. We try to be honest. As an example, yesterday we sent an email to every one of our portfolio companies telling them to cut burn and save for 24 to 30 months. That is very different than like this like judge in the Ripple case said this and there's going to be another bull market and like everything's great. That's not our view. That's not what we're going to say publicly. And like we're never going to tell in our portfolio anything besides how we honestly think. And I think like that's really kind of that, and being supportive is the most we can do as investors.
That point about crypto Twitter is really interesting. I agree and disagree. Agree that like it's a lot of voices, and I think the audience is different. It's more retail. The communication channel is different. It's more like mass adoption, I guess. But there are some good conversation happening there. I guess it's just a lot of like perspective. But then like
you follow better people than I do.
Yeah, actually, there are some good people probably I can share. But like, I think it's more about what your assumption. Like, I guess it's more about critical view, but people got carried away most of the like emotions there, I guess. But I think for investors, and like we're relatively more early stage in terms of portfolio, and what we think the most, like we look at a different decentralized infrastructure like storage and stuff. Because I look at a lot of infrastructure, and the common thesis are just demand. Where are the demands? Who are people building on this? Why would people need this? And that's actually a hard problem for a lot of people. And what we think is like, as you talk to a lot of developers and just projects, like it's like both. It's like you need tech, but at the same time you need people. Like, why would I work with you? That's something like maybe investors or connections or putting in the people like can help more, I guess. And like build on trust is easier when you like know the people. And trust is really hard to find in this industry. So yeah, I guess people is actually a very important factor in this business.
All right, so we're going to leave the challenges aside. And when all is said and done, what excites you most for the next year? Not everybody at the same time.
I think we're going to like have data points at the end of this year, whether or not anyone wants to use these networks. And I think that's like awesome. Like there's been a lot of like crowded data points. You've had token prices going up, right? It actually makes it a lot harder to suss out what's like real and what's not. So I think between things like Helium launching 5G, other net companies going after that space, hopefully some of our portfolio companies getting to some scale, assuming they launch and like token prices continue to be depressed, I actually think we'll like be able to understand what works and what doesn't, and that I think that's exciting.
I'll go for a long shot. I think in the next year, we'll see a government-sponsored DePIN project, like a major one, somewhere in the world. So, well, I don't know exactly what it will be, but I think once you get government, like the Overton window shifts of like, we're gonna buy Bitcoin or we need some like central bank reserves, sound money, very quickly that'll shift to building infrastructure. And I think for a lot of countries, like the bar for a lot of countries, centralized infrastructure is really low. And as soon as we get some of these technologies working and scaling, and it becomes clear that like me as a country, I can maybe launch this decentralized infrastructure and it can get funded by random pools of crypto capital and other investors in other countries, and we can share the economics, that'll be, it'll be a fundamentally new way of like financing government infrastructure in emerging markets. So that's what I am looking out for, though maybe it'll take 3 years or 5 years, not one. But it could also surprise us sooner than we think.
So I'm looking forward to see what this amazing community comes with, new projects that are rising every month. That's impressive, and you know, intellectually is amazing to see what things are being built on top of this model. And also, I agree with Regan about validation. Validation is going to be great to see in most of the projects. And I also expect, I can be a bit optimistic that towards the end maybe we have a more positive environment for, you know, token prices, and maybe that helps on the supply side. So that's I think encouraging.
Yeah, I guess regulation definitely help on the supply side or like macro side. But like I think one of the good thing about bear market is actually like people like there's less noise. And then you actually see the people like see the product shape, and then you also see the product, can try it and can compare it actually to test it out. And then when the people have like time to actually go through the product, and they might have some new ideas. I'm not sure like what's gonna happen actually, but like it's less about story actually. This time it's more about the actual product, user feedback, user experience, onboarding and stuff. And then you realize there's actually a lot of problems we need to solve before we talk about the next big thing, I guess.
All right. I am dying to ask one last question, and I'm going to ask everyone to actually have a look at that poster over there. It states DePIN 3.5 trillion by 2028. So the question is, how do we get there, guys? Last question.
More entrepreneurs building. You guys should all start DePIN projects.
Just one crypto bull run.
I think actually just like more exposure always helps, meaning like more talk, more events, more like people to get to know and then participate in it actually helps. Because like actually how do I onboard, how do I buy like Bitcoin, how do I, it's not just through people like friends, you talk about it, it's like, oh wow, this is actually happening. Like I think that actually having like, you know, stories, media and coverage and then people to know, I think that helps a lot to get to know the actual market, to realize the market potential. But it's like, I'm not sure.
I think like one project hitting real scale and like having sustainable economics will actually have a lot of like people in different industries like reading about that and like will leave to start companies inspired by that. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. That was a great conversation. And for everybody in the audience who is an early stage protocol, come and talk to these guys in the lobby area. So they are humans, they are approachable. Please come and speak to them, and a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much.
We're good whenever you are. Thank you, man. Let's go to an emergency, let you know, just in case. Want to move this? No, probably not the other one. Up to you. I think it's probably too far if you guys go like I'm sitting in the long seat, probably too close. Maybe like here. We're good? Okay, cool.
Testing, testing. All right, everyone, thank you for coming. If you could please take a seat or take the conversation outside. But we've got another panel conversation up next with our CEO, Raullen Chai, and Sal Gala of Escape Velocity Ventures. So again, everyone, if you could please take a seat or take the conversations outside. We've got another conversation up on stage now. I'll go around and here, you can take this one, you can take that one. So wherever. Do you want to sit in the middle? Or I can sit here, you want to sit here? Hello guys, show is down please.
Hi, thanks.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Cool. Everyone, thanks for joining and for being here at the event today. We're gonna do a fireside chat with Raullen, who's the CEO and founder of IoTeX and MachineFi. I think we've, if you were here earlier this morning, Raullen has given some of the stories around the founding of IoTeX, but we set aside an hour here to go deeper on the history of the company, the vision, kind of how it's evolved, and what's exciting about WebStream and the future of all the companies that are out building on their infrastructure today. So with that, Raullen, maybe to get started, to give a bit of context for everybody, I'm a founding partner at Escape Velocity Ventures. We're investors in MachineFi and have been working with Raullen maybe for the past 18 months or so. So well after they had been working on IoT and crypto and blockchain. And we've always been incredibly impressed by how far ahead their vision is. And you know, when they started IoTeX and MachineFi, there was no ecosystem of DePIN. There really was, it was not even clear that such an ecosystem could really exist and that we could host events with 30, 50 different companies coming and showing up. So it's been really amazing to see them grow over the past couple of years. So with that, Raullen, maybe to get started, I know you shared some background on IoTeX founding earlier, but not as much on your background personally and like what got you working on the intersection of crypto and IoT. So if you could tell us a little bit about how you got started down that path.
Yeah, that's a really good one. So my story is really simple. So I got into like a Bitcoin community when I was doing my PhD in cryptography in Canada, U Waterloo specifically. So because, Bitcoin is very, very close much to cryptography, right? At that time, we also thought Bitcoin is too good to be true, right? How can you have such a, ideal thing in the world? So that's why like a lot of people actually around me, researchers mostly, try to attack the Bitcoin ecosystem, Bitcoin system, trying to see if we can break it. But we failed, right? Then everybody kind of fall in love with Bitcoin. So that's kind of where the seed gets, plotted in the early days. So after I got done my PhD in crypto, in cryptography specifically, so there is nothing called crypto industry. At that time, Coinbase was like a 3-person's company-ish, right? Nothing real, for sure. So that's why I joined Google, stayed there for 5 years, leading team for security infra, while I'm still doing my investment and also research on Ethereum ecosystem on the side. So that's why I never leave crypto or blockchain during that period of time. And then I joined Uber in the year of 2016, which was, in a hyper growth stage. We see like numbers goes up 10% day by day, right? It's pretty much exciting. As you see, the Bitcoin price goes up 10% day by day, same feeling. So yeah, at that time, I was also like in charge of security and privacy at Uber. At the year of 2017, like you mentioned, I started IoTeX with 2 other co-founders. So one is leading the marketing function, one is mostly leading like the product development function, and I'm actually in charge of like a BD architecting of like an entire tech, so on and so forth. So we 3 actually starting IoTeX just from white paper. So it's very typical in the very early old days. You have a white paper, you raise a bunch of money, right? You hire a team, do the product.
very similar to us too, right? So we raised like a 30 mil in the year of 2018 and actually 10 mil in the last year. So we have Sol, Samsung, Hashkey, IOSG, Jump, Wintermute, Crypto.com, all the like great investors actually on board for IoTex. So far we have been doing good. So in the past 5 years, we have always been like a building. In the year of 2018 and 2019, we are very focused on building the layer 1 because we do think, no matter how good this DePIN or IoT is, like a solid foundation is definitely like needed. And at that time, Ethereum very slow, so they can do like maybe 5 transactions per second, right? Not used for DePIN or IoT at all. So that's why we built our own POS UVM chain, which we launched in production in the year of 2019, which has been processed 50 million transactions, very stable, never getting down, never pause, right? So that's a chain part. Also around the chain, we have our wallet, Explorer, and everything we need for user to interact with the chain. Starting from the year of 2020, so we're thinking about, okay, the foundation is there, right? So here's our vision about IoT and the blockchain. Then there's something kind of missing in the middle. That's why we're kind of start to dive into this topic. DePIN is the name right now, thanks to the Masari folks. They're maybe outdoor, so Masari is here actually. So they call the name DePIN. And before DePIN, there's like a lot of names. So we call it MachineFi. Algorithm folks call them, also borderless folks call them like HFi. There are some other weird names called TPIN, right?
Proof of physical work. Proof of physical work.
Proof of physical work from multi-coin folks. What else? Can I guys name? Yeah, we have like 5, 6 names. Finally, Masari guy says, okay, let's call this one DePIN. All right, then everybody thinks DePIN is a good name. Let's call for DePIN. Yeah, so we talk with a lot of projects at the time, DePIN project at the time, trying to diagnose like what's a pain point for those DePIN projects or founders, right? Then ideally we say, okay, so there is a missing link. There's a big pain point in the infra level that's working on it. So that's why like the team has spending the year of 2021 this year actually working on this middle layer protocol, which somebody actually introduced to us earlier today. That's kind of like where we are right now.
Thank you. That's it's super interesting and insightful story. One of the next questions I want to ask you is kind of like why DePIN? So you guys always had the vision of building at the intersection of IoT and blockchain, and the vision of DePIN has changed a lot. Like I remember when we invested in the last round, you guys had you were building the UCAM, right? That was like the test use case that was on top of the infrastructure. And just curious, we've seen the space expand so much over the past year and the types of use cases and like just broadening the imagination of what can be done on top of infrastructure like WebStream. So I'm curious to ask you, like, why has IoTex, like, why are you leaning so hard into this DePIN first strategy, where you could, there's many other things in crypto or even in crypto and IoT that you could be building?
Yeah, that's a really good one. You actually reminds me of like in the year of 2021, we did like a 2 vertical experiment, try to understand DePIN even more. So one is called UCAN. It's a smart home camera, right? So you can still buy this one from Amazon.com, like a $40-50 ish, no token associated, right? Because we want to do one vertical experiment around if we put in privacy into those stuff, will user have a buy-in, right? It turns out to be not. So that's why that's kind of one not too successful experiment. So the second one is called like a Paypal. It's a GPS tracker, not too fancy, like just GPS tracker plus many sensors on it. And we put this onto like a kind of crowd sale platform for hardware, and immediately we sold like 2,000 of them within 2 weeks. So we earn like a $200K US dollar, right? Not too much, but that's a really good like inspiration for us saying, okay, so if we do this way, so people have buy-in, so this will work. That's kind of leads to this entire MachineFi DePIN story. And DePIN is important for me because, I think my Uber experience has a lot of impact on me in the past. I'm always thinking about this sharing economy, like people help other people to do something, right? Try to allocate like the social resources in a very efficient way. I think Uber or Airbnb or all the scooter on the street, so they're kind of doing the job right now. For now, like if you want to just get a taxi, it's really easy. Just a few clicks on the phone and you get the taxi next minute. And I think this is kind of like a share economy 1.0. I do think DePIN is share economy 2.0. Because I work at Uber, I know a lot of Ubers money actually gets spent on something like, how do you optimize the road for the driver to pick up different drivers, or how do you kind of control the risk, like a driver or a rider being like unreasonable, right? So a lot of money has been spent there. And I feel like if we remove this kind of middle guy, like a Uber and B and a lot of companies like this, the entire thing will be much more efficient as a rider. So you're spending like maybe 20% less on your ride. As a driver, you can earn 20% more on your ride. So this is fascinating. This is just making the world a better place, right? And also Uber and Airbnb is just like one example for transportation and housing. But they're like a very small, like a niche, fragmented market. Also needs some sort of like a spirit of people help other people. I feel that that's where DePIN can really kind of kick in to help others. You guys invest into a company called the Wi-Fi Map, right? So this is a company who's kind of encouraging people to share the Wi-Fi with other people nearby by giving them token. I think that's a really good example, like why DePIN matters to people. They're making people's life better.
100% agree. We, for anyone that needs Wi-Fi connectivity, once you leave this venue, you should download this app called Wi-Fi Map. They have hundreds of hotspots in Paris that you can go and use free Wi-Fi for and earn tokens for adding them. But more broadly, Raullen, I really resonate with what you were saying around Uber and the sharing economy being like version 1.0 of what we're trying to build with DePIN being the 2.0 version. We, as investors, I think have backed a number of actually entrepreneurs that have come out of like Web2 sharing economy companies, because the motion of scaling like in Uber, it's really location based. Like you need to scale a local network and build all the infrastructure in order to enable like permissionless types of interactions between the different actors in this network. And that's really what a lot of these Web2 sharing companies, sharing economy companies have done, just in a way that kind of protects their place in the ecosystem so that they can extract economics out of it over time, whereas DePIN is an open ecosystem. With that, Ron, I want to move to a little bit asking you about WebStream. And I guess one way to ask you this question would be like, say, to continue the theme of Share 2 economy, say you're talking to some engineer at Uber that's thinking about starting a DePIN project and they've never heard DePIN before. How do you explain WebStream to them? Like what can you, on their journey of becoming a DePIN founder, what is the WebStream infrastructure providing for them?
Yeah, so this will be a really easy pitch because usually a DePIN project is like I said, sharing economy 2.0, right? So this is enough for a Uber engineer to understand what does it mean. And then my next step is trying to tell him, okay, usually to do a DePIN project, you have to do 7 layers of like a tech stack, right? Down from the hardware, firmware, communication protocol, blockchain, smart contract, web application, mobile application, so forth. It's boring, right? Can you do this as one engineer? Usually they cannot do that. Then my pitch next, what I'm going to pitch next is trying to say, okay, if I gave you an infrastructure that's trying to wrap up all the complexity here, then make it very simple for you. Like you can do this during a weekend, just single-handedly, right? Do you want to give it a try? Usually the answer is yes. So that's how I would pitch, exactly, not just to a Uber engineer, but to a lot of DePIN builders as well. So we work with a lot of DePIN projects, so we know their pain points, right? So Helium is super successful, in terms of like dealing with those big tech stack, but there is a bunch of money. So that's why they hire like a top level talents to do the job. But look at the DePIN projects. I don't think anyone else can actually raise that amount of money, at least for now. So that's why we must think about tackle the same problem from a different angle. Is trying to reduce the manpower, reduce like the barrier or cost for innovation. In a way, that's why we're here to help.
What are some of the use cases, or what are some of the most unique or some of your favorite use cases, I guess, to explore like the design space of what DePIN might allow someone to build in a weekend or in a week, if that already have kind of like the hardware and industry know-how? I'm just curious, after working with so many projects over the past couple of years that are in DePIN, like what are some of the ones that stand out to you as you would explain them to your family at Thanksgiving dinner or something like that?
Okay, what's your favorite use case?
I'll go after you.
Okay, all right. I think there are a couple of interesting projects we saw so far. I personally love those transportation related stuff. I think a demo Hive Mapper, so they're super cool. So helping people trying to drive around and earn tokens while using the collected car telemetrics, to monetize them in a way, not too easy, but in a way, so they can give reward back to the driver. I think this is awesome, actually. I think another demo actually we built in-house is around energy. So you guys can see the demo next door. So the idea being like, if you have a solar panel installed on your roof, actually R3AL is also, R3AL are also working on this idea. So if you build like a solar panel on your roof, which produce like energy during the daytime, right? So you can actually sell this energy back to the grid. The grid pays you token. So you guys can see a live demo next door, which is built by our DevRel team. Pretty successful. I think that's also interesting. Okay, it's now your turn, so.
Yeah, the two that you mentioned were, I think, I think of them as very utilitarian. Like energy and internet connectivity are things that everyone needs, but you don't really care who provides them to you so long as it's high quality. And I think DePIN is a great model or a great fit for those types of models. I also think there's some DePIN projects that really work on things that like emotionally hit close to home or people are just like very passionate about. Two, the way that I got into crypto was before Bitcoin, there was this network called SETI. It's called the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. There was this like huge telescope out in the middle of Puerto Rico that could like basically scan across like 65,000 different channels because it's like literally like a couple kilometers wide. And they had this problem where like you can't go and put servers in the jungle in Puerto Rico. It's just not actually feasible, especially in the early 2000s when they were around. So they created a screensaver where anyone, like when your laptop shut down, it would go dark and your excess computer power would be used to basically like scan for signs of extraterrestrial intelligence. And there was a leaderboard, like nobody ever found signs of aliens this way, at least like not that was publicly disclosed. But if somebody did, you'd be like at the top of like the clout list for these people who are really into looking for aliens. And I was one of those. So I was setting up SETI miners when I was like in middle school and high school. I used to drive my parents crazy. But I think that's something that I would still very much contribute to today, not because I think that my looking for signs of extraterrestrial life is going to be profitable on like a 10 or 20 year timeline, but because I would do it even though it's not profitable. Another example of something like that is there are a couple of projects now working on like mindfulness or like scanning your brain waves. Basically, you can feasibly create like a brain wave scanner that's not too expensive, maybe $1,000, maybe half $1,000. And you can use that for lucid dreaming, basically. Like if we get a couple thousand people all scanning their brainwaves, you can maybe like do little shocks at some point in time, or you can find ways to communicate with people once they're in their dream. And a neural net could actually like figure out how to do this much better than humans can. There's no data for it today. And this is another example that I think is like really cool for DePIN, not because, again, maybe brainwave data is super profitable someday, but more so because I think people will use it just because like lucid dreaming is cool and interesting. And I think these kinds of use cases will get a lot of traction behind them in DePIN.
Speaking of that, actually, I saw a company. It's kind of crazy company. So they produce like a device you just hang it here, right? So this can record what you said and hear what you hear on a daily basis. Then all the data gets collected, will feed into like an AI large language model to build like a digital version of you. This is also very cool. Essentially, saying like carry this one for a couple of years. So like the AI knows every day what you're doing, right? So it's actually being like a perfect version of you. Then you can use your like avatar to do the jobs while you're away, right? So you're just lying on the bed, right? This guy is doing the job. It's crazy as well.
Amazing. Raullen, next question I want to ask you more big picture outside of the confines of crypto. But one of the reasons that I think DePIN is so urgent and important now is that the world's getting more volatile in a lot of ways, whether it's related to climate, the economy, like monetary policy globally. There's a lot of signs that our global systems globally are like cracking under the strain of much more people, much more volatile temperatures, and DePIN may be a way to combat that. So I want to ask you, like, how do you see DePIN playing a role in the future of mass energy, telco, other types of infrastructure, and why it's important?
Yeah, so this is a very controversial like a topic, right? So as we all know, like a transportation, energy, utility are considered as strategic resources in many countries. So that gets like monopolized either by the government or by some big private companies in those countries. DePIN is kind of like a disruptive force for that. trying to open up the network, which has been owned by the government or the big corporation, just to people. I think this will change a lot of things. You mentioned about like the weather, right? So Weather XM is a very good example. So, in the past, the weather data is actually collected by maybe like, I don't know, some government-owned weather stations only. But now it's actually can be collected through some weather station which has been deployed in your backyard as well. So data becomes like a democratic in a way. So it's public accessible to people as long as you want to pay for the token, pay for the data using the token. So this will change a lot of things. That means a lot of data that in the past only belongs to like a certain people, certain companies gets opened up. I think this has a huge impact in the age of AI. A lot of like interesting models. I think you mentioned this to me too, right? So a lot of interesting models can be actually trained based on those proprietary data, which was not possible in the past. I think this is one big impact. And another one is, so think about, a lot of things cannot be done without a huge upfront cost, which is usually financed through like the government grants or something, right? But now become possible. For example, if you want to set up like a 5G network within United States or maybe France, you have to pay like $1 trillion to buy a device, hire the people, install the device on people's roof, then get it to work. Also, maintenance cost is also like a very high. But for now, it's different. It's everybody's job. If you want to earn such a passive income, you buy the base station, install on your roof, you're in charge of the maintenance. Then everything's kind of putting together and working. So this is like a game changer, I think, for a lot of networks. Then it becomes possible for many people to launch their own network, utility network. Not just those big corporation telecom companies can do the job, but everybody can do the job. So this will change, I think, a lot of things, change the world.
I totally agree. And just to add one more point, I think that one of the coolest things about DePIN for me is that it brings it can bring interoperability between different types of telcos, of utilities, basically. So, today, if you run a telecommunications company, a lot of your spend, maybe 30–40%, is spent on servers. If you run also a telecommunications company, energy is one of your biggest drivers of spend. And today, there's no optimization between those two layers. Kind of like there's one big dumb grid that gives energy to another big dumb telecommunications grid. And as soon as we have kind of like open standards, I really like about DePIN that we can not only build more resilient systems in isolation, but also we're going to have energy networks that feed into telco networks, that feed into transportation networks all together, and all makes it resilient as a whole. And going, I think AI is like supercharging this. When you have data on how all these systems interact together, it allows you to do very cool things that you couldn't do before. Roland, if you can touch what AI is such a hot topic now that I want to give you some more time to chat about like what you've seen. You've been working on cryptography and really advanced technical discussions for a long time. How do you see AI changing DePIN, or how do you see AI changing crypto more broadly, I guess, on a 1 year and then also on a 10-year time frame?
Definitely. I think like a ChatGPT stuff is really like impressive. I almost use ChatGPT every day. It becomes like a kind of, I don't know, like a guide or someone I can just bounce ideas with even, right? So this is very smart, like an agent. And also like internally, IoTeX, we have a ChatGPT week. Everybody shares how they use ChatGPT on the marketing, on the BD, on the dev, so on and so forth. So that has been like a really successful, in terms of creating content, review code, even like bounce some ideas with ChatGPT. I think it's definitely like a game changer. It will only become stronger, if they just like put in more computation power, more data to train the model, to make it better, to fine tuning it according to different specific needs. It's definitely a game changer. So I think everybody should be prepared. We're getting into the age of AI. So there are a couple of ways DePIN and AI can work together. I think the most easy way to think about is the data that's coming out from the DePIN. Like Saul mentioned to me, like there's a company who's doing like a driving game, something, right? Like you drive a minute, you're collecting all the data, then upload the data to the AI. So the AI will use this data to actually train their boat to do some like a robotic tasks, right? That is a really good example of DePIN, right? So DePIN has a consumer essentially, because AI will actually consume the DePIN data to make their own model like smart enough. This is very interesting. And another way DePIN and AI can actually work together is, I feel like, so AI could be the brain of DePIN somehow, maybe one day. So there is some like a series called like a computational universe. Basically it says entire universe is a giant computer, right? Just computing on different stuffs. So, so for compute, there are usually 3 stages: input, compute, and output. I feel like DePIN is mostly care about the input and output, while like the AI can actually plug in to be the brain of DePIN in a way. So they can just stitch together a lot of DePIN stuff all together. For example, you say, okay, I want to charge my EV, electronic vehicle, using clean energy, and then pick up a person somewhere around the corner, then deliver this guy to a different place. Maybe you don't have to like really plan everything out, and the AI will actually using underlying DePIN networks, like the energy networks, like the 5G networks, like the transportation networks, to get the job done. So it actually become like the brain of those DePIN. Of course, it sounds like a little bit like a Skynet in a way, but yeah, eventually, we're doomed. Yeah, another way I think a lot of investors, so we have talked about is the GPU network, because GPU is really hot right now. The AI is just very hungry for computing. So that's why a lot of projects saying, okay, so how about we do a crowdsourcing, like a fancy of GPU to train the AI model, right? So personally, I think it's hard, because training an AI model, you need a lot of kind of bandwidth for GPUs, A to talk with B to talk with C, so on and so forth. That's not gonna happen if you just have like a a GPU sitting behind of like a very slow internet modem or something. Especially when you kind of pre-train like an entire large language model, I think that's really hard. But for some very small training, like a fine-tuning, that might be possible. So that's another way. Maybe we will see some like very specific GPU networks to help AI to get like better at very specific tasks. How do you think?
I agree, and we look at it a lot of this, share a lot of the same ideas offline. For anyone interested, the company Raullen mentioned is called Frodobots. It's a sidewalk driving robot that basically today autonomous vehicle technology can drive a sidewalk robot to completion like 90% of the time, say, but 10% of the time is really hard. And for a lot of real world use cases, like if you want to deliver food to someone, 90% is not good enough. You kind of have to like give them their food most of the time, or almost all the time. And so what this company is deciding to do in a DePIN model is create a game that basically allows anyone to take an Xbox controller, plug it into their laptop, and remotely connect to some sidewalk robot somewhere else in the world and do a little mission. Like maybe you go like capture the flag, go loop around the block, come back. They measure all of your movements on the controller, and they also measure the real world feedback from the robot. And because they're able to sort of like match these two up, they're able to create a really, really useful model for training sort of like robots that drive on the sidewalk, which is actually a lot harder in some cases than driving on the road. It's less dangerous, but there's a lot more obstacles. So I think that this idea of DePIN, I think you, Raullen, actually told me this probably like 2 years ago now, where he said, look, the number of like human to machine communications is fundamentally limited. Like one person's only going to touch a smartphone or send a message so many times a day. The number of machine to machine communications is basically unlimited. Like in a world 10 or 15 years from now, the amount of data created by machines talking to each other is going to far outnumber the like quantum of data that we have from humans interacting with machines. And so that's at a really big picture how I think of like AI, how I think the convergence between AI and crypto and DePIN happens.
Yeah, totally agree. And also like the transparency, and also looking at AI from a decentralized perspective is also important. For now, ChatGPT is almost like a black box for everybody, right? So while you are using ChatGPT is also using you, right? Because trying to get like a human input feedback, trying to make it itself more smart. This is also like a kind of concern sometimes to me. So that's why like Elon Musk launched his new company called XAI, trying to say, oh, we are building like a more transparent version of like a GPT, which I think could be true or not, because this guy also owns like a Twitter, which has a lot of training data for his AI, also Tesla as well. Tesla could be a killing machine, once it becomes smart enough, right? So that's also concerns me sometimes. So if we have like a decentralized, transparent kind of like a AI, so everybody can trust. So trust is super important here because we're talking about putting the entire society running on top of this AI machine. Maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, who knows? But for now, I think everything's still very early stage, black box.
Yes, we need weapons to counter the AI overlords when they come.
Definitely.
Hopefully they'll be built on WebStream.
Definitely. Yeah, speaking of that, we have done some like a very interesting demo to run like a small AI inference model on top of WebStream. So it's very small, toy-like, but I think it will work. Yeah, so maybe we can show you guys later how this works.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron, for having me and for having us and throwing this event. Is there anything else that you want to cover before we move on to the next panel?
No, I don't think so. But like maybe we can take some questions from the audience,
Absolutely.
if any. Right. Yeah.
I'll quickly repeat it just for the folks on the live stream to also hear the questions. It's basically what are the biggest challenges stopping DePIN today, and I think you named two of the main ones, which is like why use a chain at all, and then why use a token at all.
This is a really good question. Actually, we haven't touched on this one. I think for DePIN right now, like usually they have two sides, demand and supply, right? So like the supply side means like a device. It's like cars, those devices. It's easy to be incentivized just using token. Like Helium shows a very good example. You give people token, valuable token, people will be crazy about buying a device, deploy in their garage. But like the demand side is really hard. Like their Helium's LoRa network, they don't have too many like a kind of real usage so far, right? But like I think this demand side is always hard for crypto projects to catch. But that's also like a holy grail for DePIN as well. I think Saul, you guys have like a really nice blog post to basically talk about the methodology, maybe one of the methodology to actually grasp this like demand side, basically looking at the Web2 companies and to try to see like the successful Web2 companies, they solve some sort of like pain points of our customers, then can we convert them into like a Web3 DePIN project? So I think that will be like a very interesting methodology. Wi-Fi map, again, I think is such along this line. Because maybe you want to talk about Wi-Fi map.
Yeah, the way that I articulate like why use a chain is basically because you can convince other people, other entrepreneurs to come build on top of that data now. I think like for, even if in a centralized way, if you have a map of like 20 million hotspots, it doesn't make a lot of sense for people, for other people to build their business on top of yours because it'll ultimately get internalized or they'll raise their API rates or like do whatever to take those economics. And like you don't see a lot of the counterfactual doesn't always show up because those people just go to do things in other spaces, right? And so you don't see the potential of like, well, what if we did have a map of global Wi-Fi hotspots? Then anyone can build applications on top of or like stake on the map to show how good their connectivity is or something else. And so I think like on your first question on why use a chain, it's basically because it allows other people to build alongside you in a way that's credible that could not be credible in basically any other system that we know of so far.
That's a good one. Maybe we can take one more question. Do we have time or one more?
Yeah. Yeah, here, I'll repeat the question quickly for the folks on the live stream is how, instead of sort of peer-to-peer networks, how do we incentivize a business that is already existing in the Web2 world to come and like contribute their resources into the network?
Yeah, I think one strategy, still like a two sides of thinking, demand and supply, right? So existing ISP is more like a supply side because they have a device, they have the connectivity. But like a Web3, actually DePIN can start to help them, on the demand side as well. I feel like, Helium 5G is such a very successful example because they use T-Mobile, which is an existing telecommunication company, to provide like the backbone as a backbone for their wireless connectivity, while they have in their kind of decentralized side for the demand, right? So for the user to use 5G. So that's why they can piggyback on the success of T-Mobile to grow their own like a DePIN network. Eventually, unfortunately, once they are very strong on the demand side, so they can grow their supply side by trying to maybe disruptive this telecom company eventually. Yeah. This is just my personal, interpretation of how things will go.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for the questions, for the time. We're going to move on to the next panel. Really appreciate you all coming.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. We've got one final panel about AI and Web3, the intersection of the two. Glad we talked a lot about AI at the end of that discussion as well. So I'd like to welcome up Sunny Chen, who's a research journalist at TechFlow. She'll be our moderator for this panel, as well as the other panelists, Marcelo, Harry, Anand, and Sam Green.
So thank you everyone for giving up your Sunday afternoon in Paris to come to today's panel about AI and Web3. So to guarantee your time is not wasted, we have invited 4 distinguished speakers. So allow me to briefly introduce them individually. So Anand is the founder of Canonical Crypto, also the investment partner of Lightspeed Venture. So Anand stepped in crypto in 2013. So I'm sure Anand will provide us with some sharp views on Web3 and AI. So Sam is the co-founder of Semiotic Labs, and also he leads a core developer team in the Graph protocol. I believe Sam and his team are the first in the world to use reinforcement learning to make on-chain decisions. So next we have Henry. Henry co-founded Jansen with Ben. So Jansen is building the decentralized GPU marketplace to democratize GPU access and usage for everyone for machine learning specifically. So Marcello is the co-founder of SingularityNet, and he is also the founder and CEO of Singularity DAO, which is to use AI-powered hedge fund to provide hedge fund opportunities for retail investors. So, and also to disrupt the hedge fund industry. So let's get back to the main theme of today. So over the years, we have seen incremental improvements in using AI to improve Web3. For example, we have seen on-chain high-frequency trading bots. We have also seen large language model-powered Web3 search engines. Also, we have seen AI-powered data analytics on-chain. However, these apps are either using centralized solutions to solve centralized problems, or we can say that decentralized infrastructure is just not there yet to onboard them, to onboard these Web 2.5 applications to Web 3.0. So speaking of decentralization, it's hard for us to measure how decentralized current Web3 is, given that the most block servers are run by AWS. Not to mention the vast majority of crypto trading happens on centralized exchanges. So at the same time, AI is also a game of the giants, with OpenAI being not open. So that is to say that we are not really ready for age of AGI where human might be over forefront by artificial intelligence. So first of all, let's introduce the panelists. So Henry, can you first help us to define what decentralized artificial intelligence is through the example of Jensen?
Sure. So when you think about machine learning, you could break it into kind of 4 categories. At the very bottom, you have the kind of transistor level. So that's the GPUs, the IPUs, NPUs, essentially the hardware on which training and inference is conducted. Slightly higher up, you have a kind of training level. So that's where you make models learn, usually using optimizers and lots of data in the context of neural networks. Slightly higher up, you then have a kind of inference level, and that's when you use ChatGPT, you're accessing it through an interface and it's making predictions. And then finally, even higher up than that, you have essentially some kind of like meta application level that stitches everything together. I think it's critical with decentralization that you have to start right at the bottom and you have to democratize and enshrine permissionless access to the transistors, so the GPUs. And we're doing this via machine learning compute protocol. Essentially, it's a peer-to-peer network of GPU hardware, which is accessible by anyone at a fair market price. And you get to a fair market price by using a token model as opposed to a kind of Web2 capitalism model, which typically extracts rent, is generally held by gatekeepers, and often limits supply. A token network has the advantage of 1, removing the margins, because tokens don't require margins or take rates, and number 2, generally increasing the supply of devices. So there's just more devices, which has a deflationary effect on price, which makes the GPU compute more accessible.
So Jensen is building the infrastructure layer for truly decentralized hardware to power machine learning. So we realize that AI needs blockchain solutions to achieve decentralization. So Web3 needs AI to improve its decision-making efficiency. So Sam, can you help us to explain how on-chain decisions are guided by AI in the context of graph?
Sure. So the graph protocol indexes blockchain data and makes it easy for users to search for that data. And because the protocol's decentralized, there are complex incentive mechanisms that guide the user's behavior, get basically people to do the work in the protocol. And those incentive mechanisms require some complex decision making. And so we've built tools for participants in the protocol that the people can run and basically solve optimization problems for them so that they can basically maximize their revenue and encourages them to behave in ways that's healthy for the protocol and leads to high quality of service. So that's a summary.
Right, thank you, Sam. So I think Marcello is also using AI to help asset management and also using AI to provide hedge fund for everyone. So Marcello, can you help us explain how your solution is disrupting the hedge fund industry?
Yeah, sure. So thank you, first of all, for having me. It's an honor being on this panel here. So a little digression. So I started in 2017 with SingularityNet, part of the funding team of SingularityNet, not a co-founder, unfortunately. And then I moved on to funding my own company within the SingularityNet ecosystem, which is Singularity DAO. As you said, it's basically trying to make A-grade artificial intelligence tools available to everybody. So historically, artificial intelligence has been used mainly for 3 main purposes: marketing, military, and finance, right? So, however, the approach has always been to have centralized entity creating artificial intelligence. So basically marketing case, selling stuff that you don't need more efficiently, military killing people more efficiently, and finance making the rich people richer. Which is not a great use case, especially if the aim here is to create a benevolent artificial intelligence or a benevolent artificial general intelligence. So if we let big centralized corporation groups, especially from Silicon Valley, from all over the world, developing artificial intelligence and researching the best approach to AGI with these premises, we can be pretty confident that the next AGI is not going to be that benevolent towards human being. So since the beginning, 2017, we believe that having a decentralized approach to building artificial intelligence is probably the best path to create benevolent AGI. So how are we going to use and how we've been using blockchain to foster this approach? So first of all, governance, right? By involving the community in the decision-making processes of SingularityNet and steering the direction of the company, we believe that we can achieve way better results in reaching that artificial general intelligence path, as opposed to narrow artificial intelligence. So we've been involving our community in some critical decisions, including which blockchain to use, including funding for new projects, including which platforms to build on top, and which algorithms to build. So governance is the first layer in which blockchain can be extremely useful. The big vision of SingularityNet, as designed by our founder Ben Gorzo, is to have a platform where you have artificial intelligence algorithm interacting between each other in a seamless, permissionless way. And in order to have that, you need to have a fabric that allows permissionless collaboration. And the Ethereum blockchain at the beginning was providing that perfect foundation for it. With time, SingularityNet realized that the best approach was to decentralize development of algorithms into the platform, and therefore became an ecosystem of companies. So right now, SingularityNet comprises of about 15 different companies. 5 of them already went to market, and the first one to went to market was Singularity DAO, which is the company that I have the pleasure to lead. Singularity DAO is the DeFi arm of SingularityNet. So we are using artificial intelligence to augment human decision-making when it comes to trading, asset management, wealth management. And with the time, we became the sort of investment bank for the SingularityNet ecosystem, while in the meantime, SingularityNet was becoming the world's largest AI ecosystem. So Singularity DAO plays a vital role within the whole ecosystem by providing access to funding, treasury management technology, and a variety of pro and post-sale services. Especially in the treasury management bit, we use artificial intelligence in several ways. Clearly, one of the best use cases for AI in DeFi is on-chain data analytics. There's so much on-chain data out there available, publicly available, but very few smart analytics that can be accessed by anyone. So through Singularity DAO, we actually make these tools available to anybody. We've been working with price prediction technology on timestamp series. We've been working on sentiment analysis for price prediction and for AI-driven signals. And we believe there is still a lot that we can use AI for, especially in the context of decentralized finance. However, I mean, there's so many use cases that are still untapped, where AI can support blockchain and where blockchain can support AI. But I think I will monopolize the panel if I go case by case. So on to the next.
All right. Thank you, Marcello, for your insightful introduction. So my last intro goes to Anand. So Anand is an investor. From an investor's perspective, how and what do you see in the convergence of Web3 and AI? And what areas in the convergence would you invest to bring the next disruptive cycles?
Yeah, the way we look at it is that AI has formed the tailwinds for every different industry, whether it's medical, whether it's hardware, whether it's software, and I think invariably for all of us here, especially in crypto as well, right? So I think that's the first thing. And the other, I think, sort of like tongue-in-cheek narrative is that there's going to be no bear case for AI from here, right? Like we're not waiting for the prices to ebb and flow. It's all up. It's up only from here for AI. So that's the other thing. But it is going to form, the confluence of AI and crypto is going to be quite fascinating to watch. And I think, I credit Harry and Ben from Jensen, for example, who've been thinking about this for a long time, and probably ahead of the curve even before ChatGPT was a trend and formed a consumer use case. If we were to zoom out, I've been in the industry for a very long time. I remember taking my first AI programming class in 1999. I programmed in Lisp, which most of you here may not have heard about, but it's been growing for a long time. And I think this is the pinnacle moment because we found a really great consumer experience through ChatGPT. So that's just sort of setting the backdrop and why we're excited about it, because we're seeing it transform every industry very rapidly. And I think it's going to continue to grow based on how quickly we're seeing models come to market, right? From GPT-4, we're going to see others. And now verticalized models coming up for specific industries, so on and so forth. So I think the way Harry broke it down in terms of the stack makes a ton of sense. But given, I think there's a few things that need to come together for investments to be successful. It's the right people, the right time, and where you think the value will accrue the best, right? And by the way, that's not to say that a ChatGPT-based wrapper application is not going to be successful, right? Like it may not be a venture viable investment. So we tend to invest at the lowest layers of the stack. It's where we think value will accrue, defensibility tends to grow, and there's a lot of really smart people building in those specific areas, but those are where we tend to look at the most. It could be anything from like hardware and up, and where we think defensibility will truly come in. So that's typically where we tend to look. It's a slightly vague answer, but honestly, there's a lot to explore there.
It's not vague at all. I think the deep infrastructure is important for a lot of AI Web3 projects now to truly decentralize their products. Because without decentralized hardwares, we cannot achieve like a decentralized service provider. So I think you're right. So back to our theme today, because today's theme is about machines, and also machines are the building blocks of both AI and Web3. We need decentralized databases for Web3. We also need like machines for AI as well. So, so here's a question for four of you. So does the mutual dependency in machine automation between AI and Web3 sufficiently guarantee the convergence of AI and Web3?
So I think maybe okay, so one thing I am confident about, this was said earlier in the earlier panel, I think Raullen said it, was that, or he pointed out that if you look at what's generating traffic right now, mostly it's people on chain, sorry, I should say transactions. It's people generating transactions. And I believe that, that in the near future, there will be many more machine-generated transactions on chain. And once that starts happening, then there's going to be a lot of data that's going to be available, and there's going to be a lot more infrastructure that's going to be available for automation. So there'll be a lot of data available for training models. There's going to be a lot more infrastructure available for making actions, autonomous actions. And if we think about, again, the focus of this conference, there's going to be more stuff at the edge for both bringing data in on chain and also for making actions in the real world. And all of those ingredients form what I would say would be like prerequisites for going to like another level, going beyond just sending text to a language model. maybe some of the other panelists can
Yeah,
add their thoughts.
I'd underscore that on kind of 3 levels. So the first is we fully anticipate by the end of this decade that the majority of compute kind of requisitioning will be from other machines autonomously, as opposed to, machine learning research engineers saying, I want to train this model, I'm going to requisition these GPUs and initiate a training run. It will actually just be automatically happening. This requires 2 other things. Number one, it requires a kind of ability to transact value, which fundamentally would need to be permissionless and decentralized. That's a blockchain, kind of like the kind of graph type point whereby everything's permissionless. And the second point is the ability to store value, which is, the original use case of Bitcoin, one of the kind of cruxes of having hard, sound money. So yeah, I'd say it's very kind of clear to us right now that the kind of substrate on which artificial general intelligence will be kind of sparked and will kind of exist in perpetuity will be a permissionless blockchain.
Yeah, it's a fascinating word to think about, because I think what you're asking is not really about the here and now. It's about, like, I think to Harry's point as well, like kind of where the puck is going, right? If you look at the end of the decade, I think we think about how humans interact with these models, and like all this is sort of obfuscated from the consumer today. But there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes, and I think we should fully anticipate living in a world where, I mean, this is going to be a loaded statement, but I mean, maybe not, but where autonomous agents are interacting with one another, right? And the form of currency that these agents will need to interact with one another is not going to be fiat. It's not going to be the currency that we're familiar with, right? If I provision an agent that's going to do something that's going to have to interact with 30 other agents, there's going to have to be a form of currency that is native to those agents. I mean, these are somewhat autonomous thinking agents, right? Yes, fully agree that there'll be a world in which again, fiat is not the answer there, because that's the world in which humans have grown up in, but these agents will have to interact with another form of currency. So it's going to explode in a really interesting way. And again, forecasting to some extent, because we're limited in terms of where we think and what humans need, but there's a whole parallel universe that's going to emerge that's going to be really fascinating.
Yeah, thank you, Anand, because that's exactly the use case of the Singularity Net AGIX token. So basically, it's a currency that different algorithms use to exchange value and reputation as well. I'm very fascinated. I've been very fascinated recently by the use case of ZK rollups for digital identities, especially in interactions with large language models. So obviously, since the launch of ChatGPT, we've seen a boom of usage of interactions with artificial intelligence. However, that has presented large questions from users about the usage of their data. So I think we will definitely, decentralized digital identities will become necessary, and the best way to achieve it is through blockchain technology, especially with ZK rollups. There's few projects that are already they're already going in that direction. So I'm going to be watching that space very closely because I think it's very fascinating.
Yeah, thank you all. So you guys think cryptocurrencies is the bridge between the convergence of the automation of hardwares of AI and Web3? Is it? Because our conversation kind of shifted from hardwares to currencies. So your view about cryptocurrency being the fundamental currency of the AI power system. So you think cryptocurrencies is the key that we can achieve this convergence, right?
I think for machines to kind of requisition other machines, they need a form of programmatic value storage, and that is cryptocurrency. So yeah.
And furthermore, if you think about, if you talk about cryptocurrencies, right? I think there's depending on who you talk to, you kind of gravitate in one direction or another, right? There's so much, it's a loaded term, right? But if you think about what the blockchain is, right? It's a beautiful system. It's a decentralized ledger. It brings auditability and it brings transparency, right? And I think you started this panel by saying that when you think about the incumbents today, the big three, right? Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and they've done some incredible things for the tech industry, albeit, I think, looking back in some ways. I think when you look forward, we need more in terms of the expectations that we have of these three are very high, right? And so let's look at a more tangible example, right? Like my private health data, right? How do I trust that going into a language model that's going to dictate something that's going to predict, I don't know, the ability for me to get certain diseases or cancers, et cetera, right? So let's think about just that as a use case. And how might I think about giving that data to one of the big companies and how that's going to be used in a very controlled, closed fashion versus something that's more open and transparent? So I think to answer your question, I'd say that maybe blockchain and blockchain infrastructure is sort of a necessary system here for AI to become sort of vastly usable. And I think we've been able to get to this point with a lot of credit through centralized systems because we've been able to move very rapidly. But now that we're here, I think if you want to live in a future where we trust the systems to do exactly what they're saying they should be doing, and we want to audit them and we want the transparency, then that's what the blockchains were meant to do. This is a beautiful example of a missile, like blockchain infrastructure that's been looking for a target, right? And we've landed on it just kind of perfectly. So I think this confluence is going to be super interesting. But yes, underlying all of that is going to be great hardware, right? Like and infrastructure like Jensen is going to be able to help us tap into this infrastructure in a more democratized way.
I think it's super interesting what Harry mentioned about the programmability of cryptocurrency and also the transparency of blockchain. They kind of work together. That's how the magic happens. Sam, do you have similar thought about this?
Yeah, I think so. What we're talking about has a lot to do with coordinating resources. And for me, I think the strongest case for cryptocurrencies being involved in the future of AI is that the transaction costs, if you're talking about fiat, if you want to coordinate and use resources that are spread around the globe, I don't think you want to do that in fiat because of the transaction costs. I think cryptocurrencies are going to have the lowest transaction cost, and I think that when we're talking about if we're talking about AI and we're talking about building systems that can compete with Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, and so on, we're going to have to be able to coordinate easily, and cryptocurrencies are going to help us coordinate with less friction.
I think there's also a kind of Promethean concept here around whether or not we have the right to tell machines what they can and can't transact. So in a universe where, there's many transactions occurring, machines renting out different GPUs to each other, inferencing, whether or not there should be a human in the loop at all. It touches on the kind of AI risk style arguments about at what point do you have the right to intervene. But certainly right now, you mentioned at the beginning, there's this kind of concentration of thinking in Silicon Valley. Marcelo mentioned that, ideally Singularity Net kind of is this tapestry, of kind of lots of different models that transform into a meta model. I think having permissionless access to train lots of different models allows you to properly reflect the beliefs of everyone in the world. So instead of someone in California saying, this is how we're going to interpret these facts, and this is the kind of, consequence of it, and this is who can access it, it becomes much more of a kind of free market of both ideas and compute.
Anand also mentioned about, and also Henry mentioned about AI and blockchain can be used to control AI, to prevent extreme risks when artificial general intelligence kind of forefront human beings. So in details, can any one of you explain how blockchain does this?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's part of what I've been saying at the beginning, right? So there's many different layers, and I agree with what everybody was saying earlier. I mean, as a transaction, as a currency, it wouldn't make any sense to use fiat for AI to AI transactions, and crypto is actually the perfect the perfect use case in AI. But it's just not. Crypto is just a currency in this space, right? I mean, we can, as I was saying earlier, we can use it for governance, for example. Distributed governance is a great use case to involve the community more in shaping what the next general artificial general intelligence will be. And I think this is the best way to prevent things going wrong. So you want distributed control over the next superhuman artificial intelligence. Transparency, of course, openness, permissionless. These are all great use cases for blockchain in artificial intelligence, especially because this is potentially the most transformative technology that has ever been invented by the humankind. And we need to make sure that we do it right, and we do it right from the beginning. And clearly, if we have to choose between a closed approach and an open approach on the blockchain, it's obvious. It goes without saying that open is the best approach, and blockchain is the only technology that can allow us to be open right now.
Yeah, let me give maybe a more tangible example, right? So today, I think a lot of us here probably have transacted with a decentralized application. You go to the site, you connect using your favorite wallet, MetaMask or whatever that is, and then you transact with that dApp and you sign a transaction when you want to commit something to the blockchain, right? So that's sort of the flow today. And imagine a world in which, and so specifically answering your question, right? Like how do you mitigate risks vis-a-vis centralized systems versus decentralized systems? Imagine a world in which I can then similarly use a wallet-like experience to commit my or share my data, my private data. Could be my browsing history, could be my health data, something like that, to a decentralized system that can then be used to learn and adapt and provide and do inference based on the data that I've shared. That doesn't exist today, right? Like that's a classic example of exactly why a blockchain exists, right? Like you're able to do these things in a very systematic fashion. And it was the world of the blockchain, everything from the lowest layers to the where we interact with these dApps it's been fairly new, right? So again, I wouldn't say these are the most consumer friendly by any stretch, but they've been thought out in a way in which you're very specific about what you're sharing and how that information is going to be used, right? So I think to your point, Marcello, about like how you share this data, how it's transparent. I think this is an analog that already exists in the world of crypto, right? Where if I connect to a dApp, I can commit, I can connect my wallet, I can share the data, and something happens with it. In a similar way, I can do that with my personalized data as well. I think we're far away from it. We're not there today because I think we require more resources and more people to build. But I think we can see a world in which that might exist, right? Whereas in a centralized way today, all of our data has been used in some way to create this large language model that in some other way someone else is using in the form of ChatGPT or Bard or whatever, Claude or whatever models exist today, right? And there's no transparency there. Like we don't exactly know what's gone into it and we don't know what the output looks like. And so imagine now a world in which there's data that you may not want to share. It could be a personal financial data, it could be personal health data. And imagine the rails that already exist for crypto meshing these two, it becomes a very powerful combination. So those are the kind of like request for startups that we see out there, which is like, hey, how can we see these worlds converge quicker and faster? Because this is exploding at a pace in which, power's got to aggregate into centralized entities, and they're fully aware of this as well. So that's like one example of a risk and how it can be mitigated. But there's many more such examples that exist.
I'd add one final point to that, which is I think Anand correctly identifies that the top like application level is where if there is any regulation, which I think is like an open question, needs to occur, it needs to occur there. The lower down you go, I feel like the less kind of danger there is. So people in the kind of AI existential risk and safety community often point to the way models are trained as kind of needing to be controlled. If you look at the recent draft EU AI Act, there's many examples of requests in there for top-down governmental control of how you can train models. I think fundamentally, a large language model doesn't make the world more dangerous. Its application in certain use cases way further up the stack does. And the attempts to regulate it kind of further down or to kind of control it further down are generally ill-founded, in my opinion. So when we think about the way we're building a machine learning compute protocol, we're building it in a way which is permissionless and, in the kind of style that the best kind of crypto protocols before us built as well. Trustless, permissionless, open to everyone, open source.
Since the time is running short, I bring up the last question. So humans are creative agents and also productive agents. Machines are also AIs is also productive agents. So how do you see in the future blockchain is going to change the interactions between these two agents and kind of shape the future society and the industry? Sam, do you have any thought about this?
Yeah, I can speculate. So, if you go to, I think we're all starting to see how autonomous agents can help us in our day-to-day lives. I mean, I think probably most everybody in this room has used ChatGPT. And what's, I think, interesting is that it's always tempting to look at technology and think, oh, this is it. Like, this is the technology that we have, and this is what we have to work with. But no, like ChatGPT is just one example of an AI tool that you're using that's helping you with your life. And in the future, there's going to be many, many more. This is just one step, and there's just unless we destroy ourselves, there's just like an unlimited number of steps ahead of us. And crypto is also we're basically at step 1 in crypto as well, Web3. And so, again, unless we destroy ourselves, then we're going to be using AI in more and more aspects of our life. And I believe that we're going to be using Web3 blockchain in more aspects of our life. And these things are just going to naturally be, these things really go well together, AI and crypto, I believe. And they're just going to naturally start touching each other and going back and forth. And we're going to be using them in ways that I can't predict.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, and I mentioned this earlier as well. AI has been around for a very long time. Like, it's not a new concept, and there have been so many waves that have happened in the last at least 25 years and I'm dating myself, but in this 25 years where I've seen, this is going to be the year that AI is going to become big. This is going to be the year. And we needed a consumer experience like ChatGPT for us to truly understand the value. And of course, we also had to amass all this data that fed into this large language model for this to become pertinent. So it was a matter of timing, right? And I believe that in some ways, blockchain infrastructure has also been similar, right? It's been around since 2009 when it became really popular with the first sort of spec around what Bitcoin is, very core sound, decentralized messaging layer, but what can we do with it now, right? And I think these worlds are starting to collide. And I'll say another thing, I think there's a lot of concern and fear about, AI is going to eat into our jobs or things like that. Certain jobs are going to be eliminated. But I think of this in a glass half full way is that we're just going to become so much more productive, in a lot of different ways. There's things that I think we spend time doing today that are going to get automated in a significant fashion. And my daughter's here, she's 10, and I think she's going to grow up in this world that, we weren't really exposed to growing up. And it's going to be fascinating to see from her lens, how creative she can be or someone like her cohort will be when they grow up and the things that they don't have to spend time doing that we've done today. So I'd say that it's going to be, it's going to be a fascinating lens, and I think, I don't know, I have a feeling in a year and a half, 2025, I think is going to be one of the most interesting years of our lives in the confluence of AI, blockchain maturing, AI maturing, quantum computing starting to become realistic in some ways. Again, been talking about it for decades now, for better or for worse. We've started to see nuclear fusion actually coming together. There's going to be some really fascinating things happening. So I completely agree with you. I think we've just created a massive ladder and, kind of endless in some ways in terms of what we can do with this technology. And I think humanist creative agents will figure out ways in which we can continue to climb and build things to make ourselves, make it just an interesting planet for ourselves without destroying it, hopefully.
Thank you, Anna, for your vision.
I'd say I'd underline the kind of point that it's unpredictable. So if you look at the last kind of 3 industrial revolutions, roughly 100 years apart, you start with steam engines, completely new concept. You know, suddenly you've got this massive industrial might. You move forward 100 years, you've got the kind of early consumer electrical grid. Now you have electrification in the home. Like the new jobs that creates are kind of just unthinkable 100 years previous. You go 100 years on from that, you've got the internet, which, you know, again, complete shift change. 100 years from now, I think it's going to be unthinkable, the level of advancement we'll have, number one, but number two, the amount of kind of economic opportunity it will create. All of those revolutions, they created so much opportunity, they lifted so many people out of poverty, they created so much kind of joy. They had lots of problems as well, but broadly speaking, I'm extremely optimistic and very uncertain about what it will look like.
Yeah, so I'm also very optimistic. I agree with the rest of the panel. The future looks bright. I agree that blockchain AI are a perfect match. And as I said before, AI is the most transformative technology that our generation has invented. And AGI will be probably the last invention that we will ever have to make, because once we have AGI, they will take care of us, and there will be not just increasing productivity that Anand was mentioning, just one aspect. I mean, AGI will be able to solve. Bless you. AGI will be able to cure colds and help us living forever, among the many things, and cure diseases that right now are impossible, or at least we can't figure out how to cure. So there's many ways. However, getting control of our data is crucial and will happen, and blockchain technology is obviously the perfect base layer to help us doing so. But AGI, this is extremely important. There's a very important message that I would like to pass. AGI is a collective effort. It cannot be just one company effort. We all need to contribute to the creation of artificial general intelligence, and can only happen in a fashion when we take control of our data. There's many ways in which we can collaborate to the creation of artificial general intelligence. It can be by training algorithms in a decentralized way. It can be by interacting with the metaverse. It can be by using a tokenized version or a decentralized version of an existing industry. Specifically, I mean, in the last years, we've seen a decentralized version or a tokenized version of almost anything. We've seen tokenized Netflix, we've seen tokenized banks, we've seen tokenized delivery service, tokenized hedge funds, for example. So as we decentralize more and more industries, the way that we interact with this industry becomes more and more important. And every single step of our interaction will be a contribution towards the creation of artificial general intelligence, which, again, I want to reiterate, is the most important invention that the humankind will ever have to make.
I'd underscore one thing Anand said, actually, just his last point around nuclear fusion. If you look at human intelligence and how it's grown over time, it's typically downstream from energy consumption. So if you just have more dense food sources, for example, when we invented fire, after fire came increased brain size. I think nuclear fusion is like an interesting parallel there, where once that comes, and it looks like it will come this decade as well, which is another stunning kind of technological advancement, which gets disproportionately less press than AI, interestingly. That as a forcing function for AGI is really important, because, you know, suddenly you can just build so much more in terms of machinery and run it so much longer from a kind of cost perspective.
Thank you all for your visions and the final bring up of nuclear energy in powering AGI and hopefully ASI, artificial superintelligence. I do have some time for the audience to raise some questions.
So everything you've said gives an air of inevitability, that AI will shape the future. And Harry, you just touched on something that I think is an answer to my question just now. But any other ideas on this are welcome. What do you think will be the key catalyst, if you had to pick something, for the acceleration of AI and its convergence with blockchain? Nuclear fusion, of course, was a great example.
Quantum computing.
I think from an algorithm perspective, I think we still have a long way to go for making for decision making over really long time horizons. So LLMs work great because you can have some text, and you train a model, you give it a chunk of text, and you give it output. But we still need to be able to train models to be able to, or AIs that could say, hey, I have these high-level goals in my life, and I would like to accomplish them over the next, N years. What should I do? That's a much harder problem to get right than outputting some, a few paragraphs of text. So that, I think, algorithm advances in long-term decision making.
I think the near-term catalyst for leveraging blockchain infrastructure and AI, where those two meet, is going to be, I think, not recovering is a strong word, but it's going to be trying to create systems to support the centralized versions of AI that we know of today, which is auditability, authenticity, authentication, verifiability, things like that, right? So we've already seen situations where, voice imprints have been taken and modified, and there's been sort of scams and things like that are sort of evolving, and we're using zero-knowledge proofs to ensure that. And again, this is, imagine a world in which my voice print can be saved on an open, transparent chain, right? And again, that can be used as a source of truth. Any deviations from that can be tested and authenticated using zero-knowledge proofs, and therefore those can be detected and ensure that my data isn't being misused in some way. So I think the immediate sort of catalyst I see is the ability for us to kind of, it has kind of gotten us this far, but there's going to be some sort of collateral damage that's going to get created that we need to mitigate and reduce. And I think the blockchain AI confluence will probably be the short-term catalyst. That's where it'll evolve. But I think, again, maybe in a few years from now, if we're sitting here at this conference talking about how this is continuing to grow, I do see a world in which decentralized AI systems, the full stack, right, starting everything from Jensen and on up, is going to start to get broken down and decentralized. And I think that is invariably going to be crypto-powered, blockchain-powered, right? But today, we're just reeling from the centralized systems and how big they've gotten, and how the usage is sort of permeated our everyday lives. I think that is going to be, there's going to be some immediate band-aids that we need based on blockchain infrastructure. So that's what short-term, long-term, how I see it.
Thanks very much. And I think the symbiotic relationship between algorithmic advancement and AI, that's really interesting, because that means it's something we can kind of drive ourselves. So thanks.
I saw a gentleman over there raising hand.
I hope all of you guys are right, but on the short term, I mean, big tech is very powerful, right? They're plowing billions into this. Microsoft alone, 10. All of Ethereum is a 2 billion run rate revenue, right? With everything they're doing. I mean, how do we beat big tech? I mean, that's, no blockchain really has achieved the scalability to deal with these billions of machine-induced transactions that you're talking about. So I'd be really curious how you think that's going to go in the next 2 to 3 years.
I can take a stab at it. I think there's a mean reversion with big tech companies. So they typically try, there's this kind of, kind of expression, like you've got your feet in the freezer and your head in the oven, and your average temperature is okay. If you're building a machine learning model that you want to represent the whole of humanity, everyone, and you think about, okay, well, let's just look at the political differences around the world today, or even the political differences in countries. They're so extreme. There's a requirement for two things to happen. One, for a centralized entity to essentially pick a side. They're going to have to say, this is our version of truth. This is how we interpret these facts, number one. And then number two, there's going to be extreme backlash against that from the out group who weren't chosen. So I think when we think about the kind of next few years, what will be a driving force into people adopting systems which more accurately reflect them, it will be essentially being frozen out by decisions that large tech companies make. And this isn't like a kind of commentary on the left and right in America. This covers everywhere from from India to people who are in regimes, say in Russia, all the way to Europe, where people might just disagree with the EU AI Act, which, I mean, I certainly do. But, it transcends political differences, and it touches on the core of what it means to have beliefs as a human being.
So I'll take this from an algorithm and an algorithm perspective. If you look at the performance of a neural network over time, for example, image recognition. This has had high performance longer than LLMs. So for about 10 years, we've been able to use neural networks to classify objects and images really well. And if you look at how much power it takes to achieve a certain level of performance, that amount of power, that amount of compute drops at about halves every year because of algorithm improvements. So, what took, 1 watt a year ago is going to take a half a watt this year to be able to achieve the same level of algorithmic performance. From another perspective, we see, so my prediction is that, a prediction I have is that by the end of this year, we'll have open source LLM models that are just as good as GPT-4. GPT is made by OpenAI, of course, and there are other large tech companies that have a lot of resources, but there are a lot of smart academics that don't have the resources, the computational resources that these big companies do, and there is a lot of algorithmic performance, there's an unlimited amount of algorithmic performance that we can still squeeze. And so these academics aren't just going to give up and be like, oh, Microsoft solved it, I'm done. No, they're going to figure out how to get there without the same amount of compute. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to do something interesting.
I think that was a great pitch for Jensen, actually, in a lot of ways, because the academics will have access to computational resources through Jensen's network. But going back to your point, I mean, first of all, I spent a lot of time working at big tech. The first decade of my career I spent in Microsoft and learned a ton from them. And I think they're not a force to be reckoned with, right? The company's going to be around forever. Same thing can be said of Amazon and Google as well. But I completely agree. I think there's going to be no defensibility when it comes to these sorts of LLMs, right? Like, I think open source LLMs are inevitable, and I think we're going to get there very, very soon. And I think someone coined this term, I think it was Jesse Walden, who used to be at A16Z, which was, this concept of progressive decentralization, right? So you kind of start off centralized and then you eventually decentralized. And I think we're seeing that happen, albeit in this way, right? Like, we started off in a centralized way, and now we're seeing that it's more powerful if you can run in a decentralized way. It's kind of what we aspirationally want as consumers of this technology today, right? Like, given everything we've seen and happened over the last several decades, this is what we believe should be the future. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is a world in which one of the big techs starts to decentralize in some ways, starts to think about a decentralized AI network in some ways, right? So I wouldn't put that past them, because it is way too much, honestly, way too much for a company like them to be able to manage, for specifically the reason that was mentioned earlier by Harry, right? It just, regulation aside, like, it's honestly too much power that you're going to be holding. And I think there is a point beyond which you shouldn't be amassing this much information or power. So I think it'll be too much for them to even control, and let alone run a system. And that's why even their investment in something like OpenAI has been very clever, right? At least when it comes to Microsoft. So still very speculative in nature. But yeah, I think invariably we're going to head in this direction. And this is why we're all here, right? Like, we all fight. We all ensure that we can live in a decentralized world.
Yeah, keen to hear your thoughts on how decentralized access to your services is prevented from leading to a centralized outcome. And so if you think about the way that AI solves chess, if AI, and when it does solve the graph incentive mechanism or solves a high frequency trading strategy, there isn't a convergence around the solution, and therefore a lack of decentralization and the elimination of any competition or incentive mechanism.
Yeah, that's a great question. So within the graph, so for those that weren't here earlier, in the graph, one of the things that our team does is we build tools to help automate decision-making for participants in the protocol. What we're doing specifically, one of the things we're doing specifically is helping, I don't want to get into the weeds. We help participants figure out, or decide which data to provide. By doing this, the way that we do this, we do it in a way that is beneficial for our quality of service, but it also simultaneously guarantees that they can maximize their revenue. With that particular knob. Another knob where they can increase revenue is by having better quality of service, like spending more time on DevOps, for example. So this is where we would rather them spend their time, is optimizing their infrastructure as opposed to having to solve like mathematical optimization problems that aren't relevant other than us trying to guide for quality of service, for one aspect of quality of service. But I think there are other risks about centralization and that I need to think about more what you're saying, because I agree that there are these risks. Does anybody have?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, if you measure centralization, you can look at it in two senses, as in, someone uses a machine learning compute protocol, and then they get artificial general intelligence, and then that becomes a centralizing force, and it's a kind of first mover thing where that allows them to get to a super intelligence faster than anybody else, and it kind of keeps repeating. I think that's just inherently difficult kind of technological phenomenon, which does occur. Like, it is true, if you get an AGI before somebody else, you're in a better position than them. So that there is a really good open question. I think a more technical interpretation of the question at the kind of protocol level is around like the Nakamoto coefficient. Basically, how easy is it to pop the network and do a 51% attack or something similar? For lots of very well known kind of top 50 protocols just now, it's actually very low, like how much you need to do it. For Bitcoin, the concentration in the mining pools has always been a topic of criticism. I think when we think about it from our perspective, decentralization can be everything from, in the Bitcoin case, everyone's running an ASIC or like an Antminer or something in their home, and it's 100%, it's perfectly decentralized, the Nakamoto coefficient, half of the world's population basically. Or it could be like there is a kind of hub and spoke type effect where, there's a bit of centralization. I think naturally we'll see some centralization in our network, personally. I think that there are things you can do to mitigate it. But when we think about it, we're not trying to go for decentralization at the absolute extreme, because you typically trade off on actual service experience. Usually when you're offering a machine learning compute protocol, it just becomes harder to train models. So there is a balance between it. It's not a kind of maximalist view that we have.
Thank you for your questions, and also the critical question from the sir over there. So unfortunately, we don't have enough time for all the questions, and I'm sure Marcello also have answers for your questions as well. So today we are wrapping up, and if any one of you didn't really catch anything in the panel, we are also release a written version of this panel since this is recorded. So stay tuned to the email we sent later. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for your attention. We've just got one more 5 to 10 minute speech from our CEO, Raullen Chai. So Raullen, please come up to the stage. And then after this, we've got food and drinks out in the hallway for everyone.
Thanks everyone. So great panel, definitely. I know everybody's hungry for food or social networking, right? So we'll just pause here. So we have good food outside. We have great people here. So we will actually keep this space open until 10 p.m. tonight. So you got enough time to talk with great folks like this. And also, you know, like good food downstairs. I just be closing up really quick. So thanks for coming, everybody. And also thanks for our co-host, Eclipse. Not sure where they are, but thank you for them for co-hosting. And thanks for the hard work for IoTexers to putting everything all together. All right, guys, thank you.